All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February 4th regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Call this meeting to order. I think I might have said that. I don't remember. But we're going to start off with our moment of silence. I know that one of our colleagues has a moment of silence. Does anyone else as well? Or okay. Brad, did you want to? You do too?
Yeah, I do. Unless they cover it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning I wanted to ask the board and the public to join us in a moment of silence for Vicente Colacion, who was murdered this past Friday night at Library Park here in Lakeport, just a short distance from here. Vicente is a member of our community. He leaves behind a lot of friends and family members. He was also active in the local poetry community, and it's just a sad situation that we had that violence this past Friday, and Vicente lost his life. So we want to honor and remember him. There will also be a remembrance for him at the Middletown Arts Center this Friday night at 6:30, and then a candlelight vigil for him at Library Park on Saturday at 7:30. So, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to remember the people that we lost in D.C. in the plane accident, as well as Philadelphia. And I know that Jessica had mentioned before the burn victim, or the people that lost their lives in the fires in Los Angeles. So I'm kind of glad January's over. Thank you.
Julia, could you lead us in the pledge, please? Julia Carrera? Yes.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. All right. Item number 4, consideration of extra items that are not appearing on the posted agenda. Do we have any?
No, we do not, sir.
All right. Item 5, approval of the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is passed for non-controversial items. However, anyone from the Board of Supervisors can pull, or someone from the public. So we'll start off with the board. Does anybody have any to pull? All right, I'll open it up for the public. Is there anyone that would like to pull an item from the consent agenda? On Zoom? All right. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. All right. Next, we have item 6.1, which is public input. And if there's anyone, I have one here, but just to explain, public input is here for anyone that wants to speak for 3 minutes on something that's not on the agenda. And so if you want to speak, you get 3 minutes, state your name for the record, and just know that we cannot comment on the public input at the time. However, we will work to get you in touch with someone that can address what you're discussing at a later time or something of the like. So what I'll do is start off with Carolyn Jarrett. If you're here, you want to start out and come up and conduct your public input?
Sorry, I'm short. Good morning. My name is Carolyn Jarrett. I'm a retired teacher. I worked for 18 years in the elementary school, Burns Valley and Pomo. I retired and served 8 years on the Canocday School Board. All of this experience has given me a compelling picture of the obstacles and challenges to success that many of our students are facing. At a meeting of the retired teachers of Lake County Division 35 last May, we heard a presentation from Julie McGovern, director of the Mendocino College Adopt a Fifth Grader program, and I have to tell you, it gave me great hope. The retired teachers wanted to make a donation then and there, but I said, whoa. Because our county is served by 2 different community colleges, the Mendocino College program only serves schools in Lucerne, Upper Lake, Lakeport, and Kelseyville. And I wanted to see if there was a program that served Canocti in Middletown. So I did some research over the summer and found Jay Loudon, the director of the Yuba College Adopt a Fifth Grader program. So before I go any further, I'd like to tell you the backstory because it really underscores the purpose of these programs. It all started in Oklahoma in the summer of 1947 when an ambitious young man named Wade Koninger was mowing lawns. One of his clients was so impressed with his hard work and hustle that he got him a scholarship to Yale. You could do that back then. Once he was out of Yale, Wade had a very successful career in business and ultimately retired to Hopland. But he never forgot the extra leg up that scholarship gave him and how grateful and indebted he was to having that opportunity. In 2007, he gave money to the Mendocino Foundation, a nonprofit associated with Mendocino College, to offer scholarships to fifth graders because Wade felt that the goal should start earlier than the teenage years. The Adoptive Fifth Grader program was born. It works like this. At the end of year assemblies, fifth graders are chosen by their teachers and principals. They are given a $25 gift certificate right then, and then another certificate that promises that if they graduate from high school, they will receive $500. However, if they enroll and take 12 units at Mendocino College, they'll receive $1,000. The students who are chosen are not necessarily the top of the class. They are those who might not be motivated in school due to difficult circumstances, but who show promise. They might be the first in their families to graduate and go to college. They might just need to be recognized and supported and given the chance to have a dream. Julie says that 50% of her students do go on to college. Mendocino College has been running this program for 17 years. Yuba College started only 2 years ago. It takes $700 to fund each scholarship, but donations of any amount are gratefully accepted. Is that my time?
Are you ready? You close to wrapping up?
Okay. All right. Well, I'll skip this other part. I know that supervisors cannot allocate money for this program, but I know that most of you are members of charitable groups, animal clubs, or other organizations. Both Jay and Julie have said they are very willing to come to speak to any group in Lake County to hear about their programs. I'm hoping that we as a community will step up and support this program for our youth. Thank you so much for your time. And as a good teacher, of course, I have handouts, and I'm not going to give them to you until I'm through speaking. So it's a flyer from both Yuba and Mendocino, and then my phone number on the front. If you have any ideas of other groups that I might speak to, I would appreciate it if you would contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If there's anyone else, I see Gail. Would you like to come up? And there's some paper, there's a paper, it's a request form. I don't know if you've already filled it out, but if not, just fill it out and,
Thank you.
yeah.
There's one hand on set. Hold on.
Okay.
Shall I fill it out after I speak?
Yes, you can do that.
Good morning. My name is Gail Delane, and I'm a resident or homeowner at Lake Village Estates Mobile Home Park for seniors. We are here this morning, many of us, to ask supervisors to consider and to help us, more than consider, come up with a rent stabilization ordinance for mobile home parks throughout Lake County. Sonoma County has done this, and they have, I'll just read this part. The rent shall not exceed 70% a 70% change in the consumer price index, or 4% of the previous year's rent, whichever is less. Our owner, mobile home park owner, has also imposed pass-through charges. So anything that they do in the park to enhance their park, they charge us for. They pass charges through to us monthly, along with our space rent. We're homeowners with all the obligations of homeowners. We pay insurance. Some people have loans, mortgage loans on their homes. We pay our water, our sewer, our taxes, our landscape, PG&E, gas, and trash pickup. So we really would like the supervisors to consider an ordinance that would help parks throughout Lake County. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Gail, I'll follow up with you later. Mhm.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the chambers? And just fill out a paper like Gail.
Okay. John Martin from Clear Lake Oaks, Lake Village Estates. I'm here just for the rent control, and I think there should be a freeze on how many years they can charge us. Say, 2 years, every 2 years, rent can go up, and this, for seniors, we really need a lower percent, because our Social Security doesn't pay us enough to live in life. So these corporations are destroying people's lives, and we really need this rent control so that we can live happily, or at least live the rest of our lives in comfort. So we really need this rent control. What else? I know this corporation, they're violating a lot of laws, trying to get us, they're extorting money from us, basically is what they're doing. And we really need the law to come on there. Right now, I've already found one law from the Health and Safety Code, which is 18603, that they are violating. There's a lot of them that they violate, even the mobile home park laws. We are filing complaints with the state, and we would like to ask the county to, step up, go investigate Boa Vita, because apparently if they have a business here, you guys are in charge of their business license. They should be following your laws, and you guys should be in there stopping them from breaking the law. That's about it. I don't have any more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Board. My name is Chris Allen. I'm a resident of Lakeport. Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen, for mentioning Vicente's Candlelight Vigil. I'd also like to thank local law enforcement agencies for their hard work in apprehending the suspects in the case very quickly. Vicente was a larger-than-life character that made friends everywhere he went. He saw the beauty in everyone. You could hardly ever have a conversation with him where he wouldn't say something you said or did was beautiful. He was brutally honest, many times to a fault, and he was an amazing person that would be greatly missed. Several members of the public, with the blessing of Vicente's family, are organizing the Candlelight Vigil at Library Park at the gazebo at 7:30. I have the honor of informing the board and the public and inviting them to this event. The outpour from the community has already been tremendous. Please come to support his family, and for those that knew him, be ready to share or listen to a story about Vicente. Everyone that's met him has at least one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I need to do one of these?
Good morning, Chairman Crandall, Board, and staff. My name is Julia Carrera. I'm here representing the Upper Lake Community Services District Formation Committee regarding the recent email you received on dangerous condition of public property, inverse condemnation, and CESA liability. The same day that letter went out, which was copied to 24 different agencies, we did receive immediately a positive response from the Army Corps of Engineers. We hope we will be receiving a similar positive response from the county. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the chambers? On Zoom? Right. Okay. Donna, if you would like to unmute.
Good morning, Board. Donna Mackwitz, District 3 registered voter and volunteer member of the General Plan and Shoreline Local Area Plan Advisory Committees. Thank you, Board, for your dedication and service. And I'd like to share my opinion and concern that Lake County sheriffs can't respond timely for hours in emergencies in Clear Lake Oaks, as we saw again in High Valley last Monday. 2 individuals walked up to a home for help, covered in blood, needing immediate attention. Sheriffs were called, 911, and they responded they couldn't help for hours. The 2 young adults were transported to the hospital, but it wasn't again for another 2 days until the 3rd individual was found deceased. What was originally thought to be a mountain lion attack was a fatal traffic accident. Fish and Wildlife had been called, and they responded even before our sheriffs. Please consider halting all projects in High Valley until the safety and travel and visiting the area safety can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom? All right, with that, we will close public input and move on to our next timed item, Pet of the Week.
Hello, I am Gabrielle Reel. I am an officer at Animal Control, and this is Lucy. Lucy is a fun and very energetic girl, as you can see. She would make a wonderful hiking, adventure companion, anything like that. She is fully vaccinated, spayed, ready to go to a loving and forever home. Unfortunately, she is on our at-risk list due to a high population in the shelter. We do recommend that she goes to a little more of an experienced home just because of her higher energy. And if you guys would like to say hi to Lucy, I can walk around with her. Come on, walk.
I think she is a puppy.
How old?
No,
How old is Lucy?
About a year, I believe.
About a year.
puppy.
Nope, sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, you just set it right up top. She'll grab it later. Thank you. Should I let her walk through first? All right.
After 1:30, he can make it.
Oh, okay.
He's not aware.
Okay, we can do that. All right. Thank you for that. All right, next we'll move on to our 6.3, our 905, our 905. Presentation of proclamation designating the month of February 2025 Black History Month and celebrating Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And Supervisor Sabatier has touched base with, you just go ahead.
Right now, yeah.
Touch base with Rick Mayo, who would like to do it after 1. He can be here after 1 at a later time.
Yeah, he said he can make it here at 1:30. I told him we have an item at 1 o'clock, and that if the chair allows it, we'll take it after the 1 p.m.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll push that back.
Thank you.
6.4, our 907 presentation and of proclamation honoring Phil Kirby on 51 eventful years in education, 47 in Lake County. And so, Vice Chair Rasmussen, this is your proclamation.
Phil, can you come up here with me? Yeah, right here. So this past December, Phil retired from his last job in education, which was a member of the Lakeport Unified School District Board of Trustees. Over the past 3.5 decades, I've worked with Phil numerous times, interacted on a lot of activities that interfaced with the school. And with over 50 years in education, I felt it was deserving of a proclamation to recognize that. So with that, we'll go with the proclamation. This is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, State of California, honoring Phil Kirby on 51 eventful years in education, 47 of those in Lake County. Whereas learning has been a lifelong love for Phil Kirby, who earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in English in 1971 at Sacramento State University and went on to attain a master's degree in educational administration at the University of San Francisco in 1980. And whereas Phil began his teaching career at Sacramento's Holy Spirit School and then moved to Pittsburgh Unified, where he established an innovative community school program for expelled high school students throughout the district, transforming the course of many lives. And whereas in 1978, Phil brought his substantial skill and energy to Lake County, California, providing strong leadership at Upper Lake Union High School and Lower Lake Unified School Districts for nearly a decade. And whereas in 1987, he joined the Lake County Office of Education and spent 20 years spearheading programs supporting students facing pivotal life experiences. Phil was the director of a community and court school for Lake County students and a pregnant minor program as well. He also served as director of child welfare and attendance, established the countywide school attendance review board, facilitated crisis intervention prevention courses, and was highly valued in the county emergency preparedness team. Whereas Phil retired from teaching in 2007, but did not leave the education field, become a member of the Lakeport Unified School District Board of Trustees and the North Coast section of California Interscholastic Federation Board of Managers. And whereas during his 51 years in education, he was a beacon of light to many thousands of students and their families, and his dedication to those who most needed a caring word and supportive hand will continue to bear fruit in life of Lake County families and communities for many generations to come. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby honor and thank Phil Kirby for his 5 decades of exemplary service to the people of Lake County and the state of California, and wishes him exquisite joy, contentment, and renewal in retirement. Passed this 4th day of February 2025, signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, E.J. Crandall. Congratulations, Phil. And before we go to comments from the board, I'm going to invite Luca Moretti from Congressman Thompson's office, who also has a presentation related to Phil.
Of course. Sure. Thank you, Phil. So when Vice Chair Rasmussen told me about your service and that you would be honored today, we really wanted to make sure, and Congressman Thompson wanted to make sure, that we honored your public service and your service to the students of Lake County, the fact that you've changed countless lives through the transformative power of education with a congressional record statement. This has been read into the congressional record, meaning that your work will be part of the congressional record for the future of the entire nation. I wanted to present you with this today, signed by Congressman Thompson.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to keep everybody, but thank you, first of all. Secondly, I wouldn't have done any of this for how long I've done it if it hadn't been for the kids. My heart has always been out there for them. Sometimes these kids were known as throwaway children, but they don't go away. And so I just tried to open my doors and my heart and be there for them. I also want to thank my wife, Nancy, and my kids, Rachel and Nate, for their support. And Brad, thank you very much. I'm deeply, deeply honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from the board?
I think what's said has been said. Greatly appreciate your service, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You had mentioned Nate, your son? Yes. I played against him in high school. And Upper Lake always had a hard time with Clear Lake students, so or playing, sports. So, but no, just thank you for all you've done for Lake County and especially Clear Lake High School. Anyone else from the public like to come up? Okay.
Has to be lower. Hi, I'm Carolyn Jarrett. Well, not only do I know Bill from his days in Canocta, he used to be a sub principal after he left our district, but he also on the SARB board. But the thing is, when Phil was around, everybody knew, the teachers and the kids, somebody is in charge. And Phil has a demeanor which says, I'm in charge, and everybody knew it. And the thing is, it was with, like he shows you today, it's with compassion and open ears and an open heart. And Phil, the thing is, we were just always so excited when you came on our campus for any reason. But we just really loved having you, and we have a great deal of respect for you. And thank you so much for coming and serving with us. And I especially remember taking kids to the SARB board when you were there, and it was a no-nonsense deal. The parents would try to weasel and try to whatever, and you would call them to task. It would be firm, it would be gentle, but people knew that you were here to solve the problem, and let's get right on it. And that was really gave me great hope about, that something can be done when we're so frustrated trying to deal with these families. But the kids and the parents knew we're here to solve the problem, and that's the demeanor that you showed. And so I really have so much respect for you, Phil, and thank you so much. So.
Thank you,
Rob Brown. I was very fortunate. We hear these things and we talk about these things, but to actually witness it is something quite different. I was on the school attendance review board back in 1994 when I first met Phil, and he had this commanding presence. He walked into the room and he was in charge, like Carolyn said. But the thing that I had noticed more than anything was the kids that were there were never afraid of him. They were glad that he was there because he was holding the parents to task. And I can remember distinctly a few times, but one in particular, 8-year-old kid, the moms and the dad, I can't get him out of bed, I can't get him dressed, I can't get him this. And Phil looked at them, he goes, who's the parent here? Who's in charge? Does that kid drive himself to school? No, he does not. You're in charge, you're the one responsible. And that was the way it went. It was always hold the person to task, people responsible for not getting these kids in, and make sure they get in there. And there are literally thousands of kids, and they're adults now, that probably wouldn't be where they are were it not for Phil. And I'm proud to have witnessed that myself. So thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll close public input, and I think we got to do a picture.
media. I never in them. That's the rule. It's not about me, it's about the I'll get in there for you soon. Okay,
Oh, wait, I don't get to see everybody.
Are we all in this picture, or?
I'm blocking you. I'll move over. Yeah, there you go. Is this better?
Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so everybody's smiling because I can't see. Okay, let me just do this one more time. There.
Slightly off.
Oh, yeah, we did it. Oh,
All right.
Thank you, Brad.
All right. All right. All right, so we'll move on to our 6.5. Consideration of A, resolution amending resolution number 2024-99 to amend the FY fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget by adjusting reserves, fund balance carryover, revenues, and appropriations. And B, resolution amending resolution 2024-100 to amend the position allocations for fiscal year 2024-25 to conform to the mid-year budget adjustments. And I'll give the floor, it looks like Casey.
Good morning, Casey Marno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budget. So there are quite a few minor changes to the budget, but I am going to go over a few of the highlights. So for reserve adjustments, the cannabis program, district attorney asset forfeiture, roads, welfare assistance, and various of the special districts budgets are being adjusted. For revenues in Budget Unit 1785 Public Safety Facilities, we're requesting to accept $125,000 for the MITRIP grant to be used for the design and construction of OES culvert, and $2.5 million from the bond to be used for the armory remodel. And note on that, we did get $20 million for the bond, or it's closing tomorrow, but we're only budgeting $2.5 for this fiscal year in addition to what was already budgeted. For Budget Unit 8109, Watershed Protection District, we're requesting to accept $981,407 for the MITRIC grant to be used for the Sonic Water Quality Buoy project. For the appropriations in Budget Unit 1011 for the Board of Supervisors, requesting additional general fund in the amount of $53,500 to cover increased salary and benefit costs. For the auditor in Budget Unit 1121, request to increase budget in the amount of $1 million for the ERP workday conversion. Budget Unit 1122 for Treasurer Tax Collector, request to transfer funds in the amount of $5,000 for the necessary upgrade for RevQ and the court and county collection system. Social Services Administration, Budget Unit 5011, requests transfer funds in the amount of $200,000 for the NCO childcare and $189,880 for the Transient Adolescent Youth Program. For Budget Unit 8799, Air Quality Management District, requests to transfer funds in the amount of $25,000 for hiring bonus implementation. And there are various position allocation changes for the assessor, Department of Public Works, Engineering and Inspection, Public Defender, Probation, Planning, Health Services Administration, Mental Health, and Alcohol and Other Drugs. And then for the capital asset list, there are some changes to current existing allocations and a few new, which are also reported in the appropriations. Do you have any questions?
All right, any questions from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I just have a comment about the adjustments for the board salary because we did tie it to the judge's salary set by the state. I would like to bring that back for another conversation so that we could align it more closely with the increases that staff are getting, maybe potentially a ceiling or a cap or something. Just, it's a new way of doing things, and I think a little bit more tweaking would be appropriate.
Sure.
If there's consensus for that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And I'm okay with bringing that conversation back to figure out how to make that happen. One of the comments that I had made was when we get a raise and others don't, but I have been keeping track with HR. I think it's actually matched pretty closely to what the MOUs that we have with our unions. It may be a flip 2 and 3 rather than 3 and 2 or something like that, but it wasn't something that was extraordinarily out of range, but it can be.
Right.
And so we need to, I think, be more transparent when it happens. I appreciate that it's on the mid-year review, and I've been meaning to make a mention of that during my comments and just haven't made those comments, but I think it's something that we should say on an annual basis, what has been the increase if we keep it attached to that rather than it being silent. I just want to share appreciation with the time staff spent with me. I had a few questions, appreciate what it is that I'm seeing. There are some concerns, not concerns in the mid-year budget, just concern of the uncertainty of a lot of federal dollars that typically has been relied on to come down from the federal government, where right now it's kind of up in flux and it's just a really unknown until further notice. But I do know there's some major cuts being proposed, again, unknown, regarding our human services. So that would be public health, social services, and behavioral health. I don't know that it needs to happen now, but I know that I did receive an email from our public health officer asking if we had a strategy on how to deal with continuing to provide the best services that our community needed, while still looking at what can be cut and what should be cut first, because it's not a simple process. And so I just want to put it out there that I think that strategic planning should probably start sooner than later. And I hope that there's consensus from the board that we need to be not ahead, but we need to be prepared and not reacting once it's done, or else it may be too late for us to really be able to pivot. There was one question I just had real quick. Specifically to the Public Defender's Office. There's an increase from 16 to 19 in reviewing the budget. There's a lot of funding that's placed in the professional services and contracts. From my understanding, we're supposed to be pulling money from that line item, or is there enough in the salaries to be able to increase it to 19 at this moment in time?
Right now, there is enough salary savings in the salary already because they haven't filled all their positions. So it's okay for right now, but we might do a budget transfer later on and we would pull it from there.
And so what the anticipation would be is without the concept of an increase or a decrease in the budget for next fiscal year, that we'll see a decrease in the professional services and contracts, because now we anticipate that this will be a constant position that will be filled, since we're going from 16 to 19.
If they can fill all their positions.
Okay. And again, did a review between the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office just to look at the parity. We're not necessarily close to parity. And I don't know if there's certain things, like they have welfare investigators and other things. I don't know if that goes within the Public Defender's purview, but I was trying to take a look, and it's not out of context as to what we're doing. So I just wanted to at least bring it up, ask about where the money was coming from, if it was still doable with what was there, because I didn't see any changes in the adjustments, and just wanted to at least speak on that. So thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yes, I have similar concerns about the Board of Supervisors salary, so I'm definitely in agreement with bringing that back to further discuss.
Looks like we have a consensus on that. All right. Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment about the budget? Anyone on Zoom? We will bring it back to the board for action. And all we would be looking for is offering the resolution.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution amending resolution number 2024-99 to amend fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget.
The resolution has been offered.
Okay, Supervisor Owen,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. Do we need to do B?
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution amending resolution 2024-100 to amend the position allocation for fiscal year 24-25.
Resolution has been offered.
Okay, Supervisor Owen,
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right. Both of those resolutions passed. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you.
All right. Our next timed item is at 10, so it looks like we'll go ahead and cover a couple of non-timed items. One being we'll start with consideration of following advisory appointments, 7.4. Let me get to that item on here. So, all right, 7.4. Consideration of following advisory board appointments: Big Valley Advisory Council, Emergency Medical Care Council, Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, Lake County Resources Conservation District, Middletown Area Town Hall, and Middletown Cemetery District. Are there anyone from the board that wants to make a comment or discuss the appointments? And we'll start from the top and go down? All right. So it looks like we're going to start with, one second, please. Just pulling this up. All right. Here's the memo. And we'll go on and start with Big Valley Advisory Council. There's 3 vacancies and 1 applicant.
Yeah, Arno Huber, he applied before and is happy to step in and fill one of the vacancies. We do have another application that's going to be coming in hopefully
We
next
already
week.
actually have it, but
Didn't quite make the agenda.
it didn't make the agenda. It will be here next week.
Okay, yeah, so I think he'd be a great fit for that
Any
committee.
comments from the board? Open it up for public input. Is there anyone that would like to make a comment about this appointment? Hearing or seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move that we appoint Arno Huber to the Big Valley Advisory.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry
Aye.
about the sound.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0-0. Emergency Medical Care Council, there are 3 vacancies, and it looks like we have 3, we have 3 applications. Looks like they're incumbents, so it would be a reappointment.
Yeah, key component of the EMCC, all 3 of them, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Captain Dowdy's in Kelseyville. I think he's great. Definitely keep Dr. Bloom and, of course, Chief Cepeda. So I'm in favor of all 3.
All right, if there's no other comments, do you have another comment?
No.
Okay. I'll open it up for the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to discuss these appointments? Not seeing or hearing any, we'll move it back to the board, close public input, and look for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Evan Bloom, James Dowdy, Willie Cepeda to the EMCC committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, 3 vacancies. It looks like we have 1 application for Greg Giusti. Did I pronounce it
Yes.
right? Okay, good.
He has agreed to do it again. So we are very grateful that Mr. Giusti continues to want to participate in Fish and Wildlife.
All right. Any other comments from the board?
Thanks for twisting his arm.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this appointment? Not hearing or seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Greg Giusti to Fish and Wildlife for the education seat.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 500. Next, we have the Lake County Resource Conservation District, and we have one vacancy and an incumbent position, I think. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, actually, she was, we had a resignation, but she has been on it before, and that's Kate Schmidhopper, and I move that we go ahead and accept her onto the Conservation District one.
All right, 1 second. Let me open it up for the public first, and then we'll go back to that. Is there anyone from the public?
Hi, my name's Mary Jo Velasquez. I'm the District 4 Director for the Resource Conservation District. And Kate Schmidhopper is an essential part of our board. She's the Vice President. An example of her initiative is she organizes field days in the creeks for fourth graders in Middletown. I have these incredible thank you notes that they sent her. They were so enthused by, and it's a huge job. I do the one in Middle Creek Campground, and mine is so simple compared to what she does. She's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo.
Good morning, I'm Harry Lyons, the past president of the Lake County Resource Conservation District. And I'm here to support the application of Kate Schmidhopper to continue on our board. Kate, as Mary Jo said, is in charge of the field days in the creek, where fourth graders, 100 of them, get to see professional resource people. It's important when you're in fourth grade to know that you don't have to end up a college professor, a supervisor, or a capital investor of any type. You can work outside. And so these fourth graders meet through Kate's direction, through a bullhorn, managing them around, geologists and fisheries biologists and foresters and also firefighters. And so it's a great day. And I do the paperwork, and Kate does the groundwork. She also is involved with our scholarship program, the Meisenbach Scholarship, for people who want to pursue college work or other school work in forestry, fire science, and other natural resource work. So she is our vice president, and she has been instrumental, as have all of us, in this huge expansion in your RCD. So 2 years ago, we had a budget of $500,000, and now we have quadrupled that. We had 6 part-time employees, and now we have 13 employees, 4 of them which are full-time. So she's been involved with that success. I want to thank you for appointing 2 new directors. We look forward to meeting Mr. Barron and Mr. Campbell, and they will be greeted with open arms, and those arms will be full of material for them to study to join our working board. So we're delighted, and bottom line is I wish you to act in such a way, holy cow, bring our vice president back to us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lyons.
I just want to add that I'm incredibly grateful to the work that the RCD has been doing over the last couple of years. This expansion is just a massive game changer for all of these projects, particularly around wildfire mitigation, that we're finally being able to accomplish in the county. So thank you, Dr. Lyons. And I'm happy to second Supervisor.
I haven't closed public
Oh,
input yet.
sorry.
So. Anyone else would like to come up and speak on this, or anyone on Zoom? All right, now I'll close public input. It looks like I have a motion from Supervisor Owen and a second from Supervisor Pyska. And so I'll take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. All right, now we will move on to the Middletown Area Town Hall, and it looks like we have 3 vacancies and 3 applications. And Supervisor Owen, do you have any comments about this, since it's your municipal advisory committee?
Nope, I'm excited about them. They'll do a great job.
All right. I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item, this appointment? Not hearing any, I'll bring it back to the board, closing public input, and looking for action.
Okay, I'm going to move that we appoint Charles Morris, Monica Rosenthal, and Tara Ubera to the Math Board for Middletown.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Lastly, we'll do the Middletown Cemetery District. We have 3 vacancies and 1 new applicant, and this is also in your district.
Nope, I know her. She'll do a great job. So just public comment, and I'll move to
All right.
adopt her.
Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this appointment? No one on Zoom, and so it looks like we don't, so I'll bring it back to the board, closing public input for action.
Okay, I'm going to move that we appoint Carol McDowell to the Middletown Cemetery District Board. And
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. All right. It looks like we have a couple more minutes here. Which item do you think would be ideal?
Let's try 7.2.
All right, 7.2. Consideration of a letter of support for the cumulative health impacts of cascading environmental hazards on rural communities project. And B, consideration of the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison serving on Community Advisory Board of the project. It looks like we have Terry Logston.
Good morning. Quinn Conklin is on the Zoom call if you want to promote her to panelist. Thank you, Board. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. I'm bringing to you a letter of support for this project, which has been ongoing in Lake County for some time. The overarching goal is to identify and mitigate the cumulative mental and physical health impacts of cascading environmental hazards on rural communities facing significant health challenges. This project I would participate in by assessing and providing feedback on research and progress every 6 months, as well as others on the advisory board, joining project conference calls or advising as research questions arise, and providing insight on the integration of the project's findings and outputs with ongoing efforts in Lake County for a total commitment of about 12 hours per year for the next 5 years for myself. And since this was posted, I've continued communications with them, and they have one amendment to the letter, which Johanna has, and I will hand her. So in the, okay, yeah. Thank you so much. They have room in their budget to compensate the Office of Climate Resiliency. It wouldn't necessarily be for my, exact time, and they want to add in the grant application up to $10,000 per year. And so that's the change that's in the letter of support. And if you have any questions, Quinn is on the line.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Oh, and just one other thing, also participating in, on the advisory board and in the project includes Hope Rising and Adventist Health with Lori Allen and Ronnie Duncan, Partnership Health with Vicki Clacken and Jeff Rabordi, our OES, Leah Sautelay, Behavioral Health, Elise Jones, and probably Pastor Kimbaloth with Red Cross, but she's deployed in LA and hasn't been able to respond.
Yeah, so before we open it up to our speaker, I just wanted to say, we are always talking about the cumulative effects of all these disasters on our community members. We know everyone's been evacuated. We know everyone has to deal with smoke and the heat domes and the heat events and the flooding, and it wears very heavily on our population. The people in Lake County have been through a lot, and this is a way for us to quantify that with data so that we can start looking for the resources to assist, because we know that these are issues that are only multiplying, and it's a part of our life now, and so we need to figure out how we can support our residents in a way that will help promote their well-being when we're faced with these difficult circumstances. So I'm grateful that we've got some research and we can finally get the data to quantify that.
Exactly.
Any other comments from the board? And, okay, go ahead, Supervisor.
No, let's go ahead.
Okay, do you want to speak, ma'am?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm not entirely sure how long I have, so I will give you a very brief overview, and if you have questions, I'm happy to stay as long as it takes to answer those. And so my name is Quinn Conklin. I am a member of the research group, but I am also a former resident of Middletown and someone who family lost their home in the Valley Fire. So all of this is particularly close to my heart. And the goal of the project is to build on work that this team has already been doing in the area for the last 4 to 5 years, documenting and monitoring continuing climate and environmental hazards post wildfires, and linking those cumulative effects to ongoing mental and physical health consequences in the area. And there are several community involvement tasks built into the design of the proposal. And the ultimate goal is to build several tools for predicting and monitoring ongoing hazards. So we will be using historical data, both from the health field and environmental data, and linking those to try to assess the cumulative impacts of the multiple layers of hazards on different health outcomes, and then to build a simulation tool that allows Lake County decision makers to make predictions about what health outcomes might be most impacted by particular environmental hazards. And then there is a full year built in at the end of the grant to share that tool and train people in its use, and particularly healthcare workers and emergency response folks. So I'll pause there if you have any further questions.
Supervisor Sabatier?
No, I was just going to mention that I appreciate the added information of who else will be on there, because when it just had your name on it, I was a little confused as to what you would be able to bring in other than the knowledge that things have occurred. This is not a prediction of events. This is a aftermath of what effects events have on people. So I'm glad that you mentioned the whole group, so that it's a more cross-section of individuals that can provide all that information to accumulate. I don't know what the end goal is. I'm happy to give support. Obviously, there's impacts. We do our pick count, and we ask if people are experiencing homelessness, and because of fires, we ask them which fire. So we know the aftermath, and unless there's dollars at the end of this rainbow, this will tell us most likely what we already know, which is there is a physical and mental impact. We've seen it, we've experienced it. So hopefully there will be some dollars that we can use, but today I'll go ahead and say yes.
All right, if there's no other comments from the board, I'll open it up to the public. No one on Zoom? All right, close public input and bring it back to the board for action.
Sorry, I didn't have it open. Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of support for the cumulative health impacts of cascading environmental hazards on rural communities.
As amended.
As amended. Authorize the chair to sign.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
B,
Thank-
consideration of the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison serving on Community Advisory Board of the project.
I have a quick question before I second that. Today we are talking very specifically about Ms. Logsden's involvement. All of the others have already agreed, or are we kind of also pushing them into a advisory board with all the names that have been put out?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
I can clarify that. Elise Jones has submitted a letter. The Office of Emergency Services have submitted their own letter. and Hope Rising is providing their letter today as well. And as Terry mentioned, we've been in communication with Pastor Shannon, but have not confirmed her letter because of the deployment at the moment. And we are also waiting for approval from Partnership Health as well. So some of the letters are expected to come today, but we do have commitments from Behavioral Health, Hope Rising, and the Office of Emergency Services.
And I appreciate that you mentioned the letter from Behavioral Health, because that's really the only one that I just didn't want to impose without, if they already volunteered themselves, then at this point I don't feel like I'm imposing. So second.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I may, just for further
Yes.
clarification, that would be the motion to approve the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison to serve on the Community Advisory Board of the project.
Yes.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
And we will entertain a break before we hit the 10 o'clock item. So we'll be back here at, we'll say 10:07. All right.
I can participate.
Tom Robinson, Dick Nielsen.
All right. So we are going to come back to order here and start on our 6.6, which is consideration and discussion of the broadband implementation plan and update on broadband initiatives. And we have Ben Rickelman here to give that.
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. Thankfully, there's now significant movement in the broadband space, so I'm going to provide several updates on different broadband initiatives, and then the county's broadband consultant, CBG Communications, will join us to discuss the county's broadband implementation plan, which was completed at the end of last year. We do have a lot of slides, so I'm going to speak somewhat quick, but if you want to ask a question of clarification, feel free to. So this is just an overview of the different initiatives. How do I do it? Yeah. So the first initiative is the statewide middle mile broadband network. So this is an open access broadband network. Think of it kind of as the broadband highway that companies and nonprofit and the public sector can interconnect with. So 6 miles have been constructed in Lake County so far, from the Lake Napa border down to Middletown. And then there's about 83.5 miles left. It's transitioned from a pure Caltrans project to a joint project with a private company, American Dark Fiber. So they are wrapping up the permitting right now, and they plan to begin construction on the rest of it in 2025. And we anticipate it to finish in either 2026 or 2027. This is a map of it. The orange is the sections that have been completed, and then the blue is what's planned.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. So are those people that have been connected, do they have service now? The pieces in yellow?
No. So I don't believe any of this section of this part of the state's active right now. And so this will kind of be in the future. We could see some fixed wireless ISPs connect to it. And then there's also a consortium through RCRC called the Golden State Connect Authority. So they're planning to build an open access broadband network that will offer several different ISPs, so drive competition and price. And they're going to offer, their plan is to kind of build out that service connected to the middle mile. So the middle mile doesn't go directly to anyone's house. It's kind of the level above that. It's, if you think of it, kind of the highway, and then there has to be the individual roads to residents and businesses.
Okay, now one more question. Does that start at the county line, so it takes care of the southern port of District 1, or does it start at the casino?
It goes all the way to the Napa border.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the next program. This is it's called the Federal Funding Account. It's through the Public Utility Commission. Lake County has about $28.4 million allocated. So this program is to individual residences, and this will actually be the first broadband in the county that's actual fiber to the residents. Mediacom at the moment is fiber to the neighborhood node and then copper. So that will have greater reliability. And last Thursday, the CPUC voted to award 3 projects to Lake County out of this allocation for in total about $14.6 million. So one of the AT&T projects is in District 1. The Mediacom project is in District 3 and 4. Spring Valley is one of the areas, and then there's some in North Lakeport, Big Valley, and Findlay. And then there's another AT&T project that's in District 5 in Cobb and a few other areas. And so there's about $13.8 million still to be allocated, so there should be subsequent rounds of FFA awards. So this is the pricing plan for Mediacom. So they do have lower income. To qualify for that, you have to be at least 200% of the federal poverty level are lower. And then the market rate plans are there. These are locked in for 5 years. This is the Mediacom service area for the FFA project. And then this shows the grant amount, the estimate number of unserved households, and they define unserved as currently having broadband service lower than 25 megabytes per second download and 3 megabytes per second upload. And then the grant per unit. This is the pricing plan for AT&T. AT&T also has a lower income price level that's also the 200% at the federal poverty level. And then those are the different market rate plans that are available. So this is the one in District 1. Again, the project information. And then this is the one in District 5 with the project information. The next program is through also the CPUC. This is the State Digital Equity Capacity Subgrant. So there's around $341,000 allocated for Lake County. It's not specific to Lake County government, but we do plan on applying for it when it becomes available. We'll probably partner with other entities in the county. So this is more kind of providing workforce development, providing access to skills. It could be devices and libraries and senior centers. So we have to wait for the scope of what the program entails to kind of develop a response. We did apply last year directly to the NTIA federal opportunity for about $7.1 million in federal funding. We partnered with the county library, Hopamato-Pomo of Upper Lake and Mendocino College. So that was a combination of workforce development and then devices and facility improvements for the library that was focused on digital literacy. So the big program in the pipeline still is BEAD. California has been allocated roughly $1.86 billion. And this, they kind of have a pyramid of prioritization. So it's at the top priority is providing service to unserved households, then underserved households, and then community, what they call community anchor institutions, was basically any community facility, and workforce development. So they estimate there's about 300,000 unserved households still in California. So again, that's that 25 and 3. And I mean, 1.86 billion is a large number, but if you were to do like a subsidy of 12,000 per household times 300,000, that's about 3 times as that. So we'll see what happens. So there's going to be ISPs are going to be bidding for qualified areas, and then the CPUC's going to determine those awards. That's how the program's structured right now, and we would find out where those are awarded late summer, early fall, and then they would put out the awards early Q4 of 2025. And CBG will talk a little bit more. There's certain what they call high cost areas. So the geographic areas ISPs will bid on for this funding is census block groups. So there's some formula with topography, remoteness, population density, and income level. And if it reaches these thresholds, then there's no match required. And Lake County has about 5 or 6 of those census block groups. So I know you can't really read this, but I just put it up here. This is where they are. The states are in the BEAD approval process. So California is still in the first column, but the CPC said they will be done with their challenge map this month. So that shows really narrowing in where it's truly unserved households throughout the state. So there's a lot of back and forth on that. So this is just more detail from the CPUC regarding the time frame for BEAD. And kind of the big things is the challenge map this month, late August regarding what they call subgrantees, which are basically ISPs where they're applying for this BEAD money, and then finalized at in October to the federal government for the funding. Now I'm going to turn it over to CBG Communications, who is the county's broadband consultant, to talk over the implementation plan.
Okay, thank you, Ben, and appreciate the opportunity to talk with everyone today. With me is Dick Nielsen from our St. Paul office. Dick is our senior engineer, and he'll be handling some of the slides, especially when we talk about broadband deployment and availability. Okay, next slide, please. So we developed an implementation plan, which was a follow-on project to the Master Broadband Plan update. And if you remember that was issued in September of 2023 and was an update of a plan that had been developed 4 years earlier in 2019 and was also based on some information even earlier than that in 2017, and was obviously pre-pandemic where a lot of things changed. And of course, the focus of the federal government with the NTIA and the FCC was on based on the problems, especially rural areas, we're having with broadband access during the pandemic, really focused on starting to provide funding for deployment and provide funding for broadband adoption spurring. So the Master Broadband Plan update covered a wide range of activities, and the implementation plan focused on 8 of those things as near-term and in some cases longer-term actions and interventions that the county could take with partners to help speed and accelerate broadband deployment and also increase broadband adoption. Those plan sections, there's 8 of them. One focuses on community anchor institutions that still don't have availability at 1 gigabit per second. Symmetrical 1 gigabit per second is both the state's and the federal goal for every community anchor institution. And community anchor institutions are everything from government facilities to school facilities to hospitals, public safety locations, even public housing is included in the definition of community anchor institution. Second part is implementing right-of-way management policies, processes, and procedures to accelerate broadband deployment. Dick will talk about both of those first parts. Developing partnerships and working with broadband providers, and the county's already been involved in that, in working with Mediacom and supporting their FFA application, working with the RCRC and the GSCA and their applications for FFA, and communicating with AT&T on some of the things that they're working on doing. And this will continue in the BEAD process. Improving broadband internet reliability, resiliency, and redundancy in Lake County. That's one of the things that the Master Broadband Plan update made clear, was that there are areas where there's broadband availability, but there are problems with reliability. And so there are things that the providers are already undertaking to help increase this. The middle mile will help increase redundancy and resiliency. And so Dick will talk about that a bit. Okay, next slide, please. Some of the things I'll talk about is focusing on regional collaboration and cooperation, and the county already has done that in its application for the NTIA's Competitive Digital Equity grants, working with the College District and then impacting both Lake and Mendocino counties. Advocacy and funding opportunities at the state and federal level, and Ben's talked about a lot of those already, but we'll touch on some other ones. Expanding public access to the internet and other broadband adoption spurring initiatives, and there's a lot of things that are already going on, especially with the county libraries. We can talk about other things that can occur in the future. And then one of the key things in any broadband plan, in any implementation plan, is to continue to engage with the community, find out what their issues are, because they will evolve, and continue outreach to them, letting them know what the county is doing about expanding and enhancing broadband in Lake County. Okay, next slide, please. All right, Dick, I will turn it over to you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Dick Nielsen. I'm the Senior Engineer for CVG Communications, and my focus on these projects tends to be more infrastructure, nuts and bolts part of it, as opposed to the things that Tom and Christine work on. What do we need to make it more available from a financial standpoint, from an education standpoint, and so on. So I'm going to dive into the infrastructure parts here, and one of the first parts we looked at were the anchor institutions in the county, and they get kind of a wide definition, but it's governmental institutions, educational, and then as you can see on the screen, the Moose Lodge, fire protection, some church facilities, et cetera, et cetera. We looked at 221 facilities, although some of them are multiple entities within the same building. So in reality, it's probably about 150 buildings that we looked at. And of all of those, broadband was either available and being used within the facility, or it was at maybe a mile and a half away, probably less than a mile and a half. And then the ones on the screen are the ones that are a little bit further. Those would take a little bit more money to get a connection to them. And again, the speeds we were looking for is 1 gigabit per second in both directions, or symmetrical. Go to the next one. Another portion of the project that I was closely related or worked in was working with other county departments to see, what are their needs? How can they help us to get broadband deployed quicker? Of course, Public Works is probably the biggest one, or the most evident one, in that they're the ones that oversee all of your rights of way and your, my mind went blank on the other, but basically any publicly owned facilities out like streets and parks and all of that. And they're the ones that would work with the providers that want to come into the community, or that want to expand in the community, and work with permits and all of those kinds of things, inspections. I'm going to go ahead and skip. We would work with them to build up new policies, or maybe tweak the existing policies. And of those, how can we streamline road permitting? And we did talk to Public Works about these things and gave them some ideas on, how can we streamline the road permitting that maybe makes it a little bit easier for a broadband provider to come in, and maybe a little bit cheaper because it doesn't take them as much to put together a permit. They can go into areas that maybe before they couldn't, things like that. So again, expanded utility coordination, so having the county work closely with the providers. And this is not to say they don't already. This is just, taking another fresh look at it. Develop a micro-trenching policy and permitting process. It's not really new anymore, but it tends to be new in communities around the country still, in that they haven't seen it yet. You can go to the next one. Basically, the way it works, traditionally 10 years ago, everything was pretty much trenched in. You had a trench that was a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet across, down maybe 4, 5, 6 feet. Then you drop the cables in, water pipes, sewer pipes, whatever, and then you backfill it. Micro trenching is, as you can see here, it's a blade inside of that circular shaped thing that has the MT16 on it. And that's just a big saw blade, and it's cutting down 18 inches. It looks like they've got it pulled up a little bit right now, but they go down roughly 18 inches, and that's all to be decided by the community, by the county in this case. And it goes about 2 inches wide. They drop fiber down in there. They put in the right, sand below it, so it's cushioned a little bit, and then they put in material on top of it. And theoretically, when they're done with it, you can, other than visually, you can see there's a mark there. It should be pretty much the same as what was there before they got there. We did talk to the Public Works, and there's a lot of work to do on this process ahead of time to make sure that you have the right standards and policies, procedures in place that cannot be deviated from. In other places, they've had problems with this technique, but it's mostly because the oversight wasn't there and the contractor didn't do what they were supposed to do. So, next slide. Okay, another piece is to develop a Dig 1 policy, and the county has looked at this before again. But what that means is, okay, if we're going to replace a section of road, or we're going to dig up and replace water pipes, sewer pipes, we're going to have a big impact area. Okay, let's let all of the other broadband providers that might have fiber optics that could go in there, or at least conduits that would then later accommodate fiber optic pulled through it. And there's not a lot of this in the county, but I do know when I was out in Lake County back, a year and a half ago now, there had been a water project out in the Spring Valley area where they put in, I think it was like 5 miles. That would have been a great opportunity to take stuff that was on poles or did not even exist yet because it's too expensive to run out there for the number of potential customers, but put conduits in the ground, and that would take the cost of building in the future way down. So we looked at master lease terms for county-owned vertical and other assets and tweaked on those a little bit and made some suggestions in the report. Next slide. This one gets, I think I'm going to skip this one. This one is Ben touched on the FFA funding that AT&T and Mediacom got. This shows all of the initial, and it's really kind of hard to read, but shows all of the initial application areas, and because Ben showed you where those where they got money, AT&T and Mediacom, I think that pretty much told the story anyway. But if nothing else, this shows the extent of areas throughout the county that still are in need of additional broadband. Right around the lake, it's not too bad. Right around Lake Middleton, more densely populated areas, it's not too bad. There's always room for improvement, but as you all know, I'm sure, telling you something you don't know, you get out into the more rural parts of the county and it gets hard to find pretty quickly. One solution for more rural areas is our wireless providers. AT&T and Verizon offer fixed wireless services, which is basically, in layman's terms, it's cellular internet with a fixed antenna on the side of your building. So it's as good as the cable or as the cellular services in that area. It's going to vary based on how many people are using it, and but it's it's a heck of a lot better than nothing for sure. Valley Internet has a pretty good presence in the county, and they're always looking to expand. So we've worked with them on some ideas throughout the county over the past 2 years, 2+ years. So those are possibilities. We were just talking to somebody this morning about an area north of the lake where, on a flat map, wireless would be the absolute way to go up there because there's not a lot of people, population up there. They're spread out. Putting fiber in might be cost prohibitive, but wireless would do it. Oh, wait a minute, you've got all the valleys and the hills and the mountains, right? So that becomes very, very costly as well because you have to put up more antennas. So these are the types of things we looked at. Next. We also looked at the MediaCom backup powering issue. They've come out with, I don't think it's done yet, but they're going to increase the standby power in their cable plant, their distribution plant that's out along the poles and whatnot. And they're going to go from 2 or 3 hours of backup in that to 24 hours of backup, and it'll be monitored so that they can go out there. If they lose utility power, which they claim is their biggest problem, the monitoring will tell them that, okay, we're running on batteries right now, and you've got 5 hours before the batteries run out. So then they can roll a truck out there, hook up a generator like you'd have at your house, and run it off of a gas-powered generator until power comes back up. AT&T's biggest focus is getting rid of their copper plant and replacing it with fiber. And you saw in Ben's presentation a few of the areas where that will be taking place. And then another thing that MediaCom brought up is that they think a lot of people that have problems with reliability maybe lose power at their house, but MediaCom's network, because they are backed up by batteries, they might be working. And where this would show up is if you have a laptop, which of course has its own battery in it, a cell phone that you're using the Wi-Fi on, they all have batteries, but the modem that MediaCom uses inside your house does not have battery backup, and therefore that goes out with your house power. How much of the reliability issue is that, I don't know, but certainly that's a piece of it. So they were going to work on adding that educational piece into their marketing. So. And then we also talked about the anticipated state mile middle network being used. MediaCom and AT&T aren't big on using that. They like to use their own plant, and frankly, the timing of the middle mile is a little bit. It moves, so they're not crazy about waiting for that middle mile to come in and having a lot of capital stranded, while they're waiting for the backhaul. So, next.
Okay. I think, Dick, this is where I'll pick it up.
Yep.
So the first half of the implementation plan really is devoted to the issues that Dick just went over, a lot of it related to deployment. The second half is also talking about deployment as far as funding and cooperation, but it really also focuses on broadband adoption. So one of the things that we looked at was what kind of either additional or enhanced regional collaboration and cooperation could take place between the county and others in the region. And of course, the county is already a member of the RCRC, and the RCRC has started the Golden State Connect Authority. So and the county has been involved in their efforts, including the local agency technical assistance grant that the the Golden State Connect Authority worked on for the county to design a number of miles of broadband infrastructure, which was then the focus of their their FFA application. And again, as Wynn told you, there's still some funding sitting out there designated for Lake County, and so there may still be opportunities for GSCA to get those portions of, or some portion of what they had proposed built. The Upstate California Connect Consortium, the county's been a member of that for a while with two other counties in the same region. And some other consortiums or consortia have utilized funding that can come from the CPUC to help fund the efforts of the consortia to do broadband feasibility studies and to also look at other specific types of activities that will help enhance and expand broadband. So we recommended in the plan that the county work with the other counties and the UCCC and see if they can take advantage of some of the opportunities through the CPUC. I'll give you an example. Napa County and the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium recently got funding from the CPUC to do a feasibility study to interconnect some of their most rural areas with wireless transport that would be where the towers would be interconnected by fiber optics. And that's something that they're looking at to kind of, again, fill the gaps. So similar to what Dick was talking about with Valley Internet. And then the Mendocino Lake region, an example of that is what the county has already done, working with the college district in going after broadband adoption funds. Next slide, please. There are a number of funding opportunities at the state and federal level. Ben talked about some of those, and I'll just touch on those briefly, but I'll talk about some of the other funding opportunities. So for primarily for deployment, the California Advanced Services Fund grants through the CPUC are something that will be important after the federal funding goes away or is all expended, because the state for years has supported, again, these are small builds, but by the time you add them together over time, they begin to really fill the gaps. And there are still some wireless providers applications outstanding with current, I'll just use the acronym CASF grants. Also, the CPUC, as well as the California Department of Technology, they have other, besides broadband infrastructure grants, they have other types of grants too, including broadband adoption grants, and there are some opportunities to go after that funding. The next round, I believe, of the adoption-related grants, the applications are due, I believe, July 1, either June 1 or July 1, but late spring, early summer. Federal funding account, Ben's already talked about. Next slide, please. So BEAD, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, this is the federal process. And the state has now issued the timeline for the applications, and Ben went through that with you. Defined by census block groups, prioritized to first served unserved locations and then underserved locations. And as Ben said, there's a 25% match except in high cost areas. Next slide, please. Here is one of those high cost areas. And so it has to have, as Ben said, there's certain attributes, including 80% has to be unserved. And then also the cost. So when you file your application and say, well, we don't need a match here, you also have to prove that the census block would cost higher than the average of building to other areas that are similar around the country. But the NTIA has done some of that work for you. It's already designated 6 census blocks within the county that it considers high cost, and you can prove others if you want to go through that process, but you have to use their formula. Dick, other things related to the census block?
No, I mean, I've got the list in front of me. It's got to be remote, population density is taken in, topography, poverty levels, and then, like Tom said, the 80% or more has to be below that 25/3 number, which, that's not a really high. You can work applications on that, but it's pretty slow speed to be sharing in a household. So yeah, other than that, I think you hit it. It has to be below the average cost of all other unserved areas, or above, excuse me. It has to be more expensive to build than other unserved areas.
And so one of the things you'll notice about this particular one is it's not too far from Lakeport, but it gets very rural very fast. And Dick, unless I'm viewing this wrong, it does have the state middle mile going through it.
That's the dotted line, right?
Yeah, and so that's where the public policy piece can come in, and we talk about this in the implementation plan, is the county working with the providers, achieving public policy goals, and working with them to say, well, all right, so there's not as many households, or they call them broadband serviceable locations within this census block group, but you don't have to have the match, and there are probably ways to proceed that are cost effective because you can access the state middle mile. So, and again, I think Dick, I'm not certain of this. I'd have to go back and look, but I think this was part of one of the Golden State Connect Authority's areas, or at least it was proximate.
I think the one above it, the Witter Springs, that's actually a second block group. I think that one probably gets more of the Golden State area in it, but yeah.
Right. So it's kind of finding out what they're going to do for BEAD, working with them, similar to how the county worked with Mediacom during as you probably recall, that application was due about the same time that the broadband plan was provided in September of 2023. And the county had some substantial discussions with Mediacom. We were involved in some of those in looking at different areas and ultimately identifying the one that Mediacom pursued and now got funding for. Okay, next slide, please. All right, Ben's already talked about this, and it's something that the county wants. There was a stakeholder meeting this past Friday, and so we anticipate that the CDT will issue the final, they're still draft, issue the final application criteria and deadlines soon, and you can anticipate that you'll have about 60 days from the time of that issuance to having to file an application. So we know Ben's already been looking at opportunities, and some of them would include some of the same partners that the county partnered with to go after the NTIA grant. Okay, next slide. Ben's already talked about some of this, so again, you'll see there's a wide range of things that the capacity grant funding can be used for, including just outreach. It can be used for all sorts of navigation services and literacy training. It can be used for device programs. It can expand current computer labs, and the state's really big on workforce training programs, especially related to broadband-related jobs. Okay, next slide. Ben's talked about this, so we're awaiting word on the status of its application. The NTIA did, before the administration's changed, they did issue awards, but there's still funding out there. About $619 million were awarded, but it's a $1.25 billion grant source. So we're awaiting what the NTIA will do next on that. Okay, next. USDA grants and loans, we have looked at those. They were funded during the continuing appropriation as part of the Farm Bill extension, but we don't know what the current criteria are, but that covers areas that are very rural, again, looking at the 80% threshold for unserved, and those areas are already designated within the county, and you'd work with providers to go after Reconnect loans. If they re-up the Community Connect program, that's one where the county itself could apply for funds, but it has to be utilized for connecting community facilities. That, again, with some of these programs, you can broaden kind of expand your concept, but it's best to talk to a USDA representative. We actually have a email into the general field representative for the USDA for this area after talking to the rural development officer in Sonoma County. On US EDA grants, we had a discussion with them last week, and they're really focused on business. So any funding that would come for broadband would have to support sustainability of business within the county and or new businesses coming into the county. Okay, next slide. Partnerships, and I'll just go through these. They're very well detailed in the plan, but certainly traditional agencies like the library, community development as part of what they're looking at related to some of the development plans, the area plans, as well as the Project 2050 and the community development focus there. Department of Social Services, and they traditionally have looked at working with community partners and some of the grant funding available. And would be also a great agency to help do outreach. Municipal governments, Lakeport and Clear Lake, continue their efforts, trying to expand public Wi-Fi. Educational entities, including all the school districts and tribal nations. In fact, the discussion we had today that Dick referenced was related to the HPUL project. Where they're looking at broadband assessment right at this very time. Next slide, please. All right, so the last part of the implementation plan focuses on outreach and engagement, and this is really important. In fact, one of the things we encourage the county to do is become kind of a clearinghouse. It doesn't have to provide programs necessarily, but engage with people and steer them towards these programs. So affordable access to internet initiatives and programs. Right now, the federal government has tabled its program, the Affordable Connectivity Program, but there are still programs instituted by the providers. Digital skills training and education, libraries are already doing that and looking at expanding it. That was one of the things the grant application was all about, and that includes public access to high capacity internet and internet capable devices and peripherals, and there are some again with the libraries and other organizations. Next slide, please. Loaner programs, and this is one of the things that came out in the Master Broadband Plan update, but also is really critical in the implementation plan, is that while community access to internet devices and high capacity internet access is a critical thing, the thing that demonstrates the most success is getting it into the houses, getting it into the households. And so any loaner programs that provide hotspots and Chromebooks will be very helpful to the families that need those services. And then accessibility features for people living with disabilities and how to utilize them the most effectively. Next slide, please. And the final thing is continual community engagement. This is important because you can do a master broadband plan update, you can do an implementation plan, you can be going about all the activities recommended, but you need to keep the community in the loop. So some counties will establish a broadband page on their website and they'll update it with news, and it'll be the link to through both the website and social media to some of the clearinghouse information. And then ongoing survey efforts to maintain a feedback loop, and that's critical. Are you doing the things that the community needs most? And we did a lot of surveying and obtaining feedback and working with organizations in the Master Broadband Plan update, and that's circa 2023 now. The implementation plan builds on that, and that's circa 2024, the end of 2024, so not that old. But, in the next couple of years, it certainly would be good for the county to look at, all right, what's happening now? Next slide, please. And one of the things that we developed for the county, both online and in print form, was a survey that could be utilized. And it's pretty much a timeless kind of survey. It's in both English and Spanish. It might have to, be tweaked here and there as providers provide new programs and those kind of things. But as a baseline, it would serve really well to be able to provide it. It doesn't have to be statistically valid. You don't have to send it out to 4,000 addresses in the county. It's really just to obtain feedback and get some sense of what's occurring in the community. So it could be handed out at libraries. It could be linked through the county's website and start to obtain feedback. Promoting it, awareness is really critical to getting feedback, is an important part. Okay, that's it for our part of the presentation. I know we've taken a lot of time, and I really appreciate the county giving us this time to talk about all these efforts. And so, Ben, I think we can probably just take questions.
Sounds great. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you for that. I have a couple of questions. First, I guess a comment. The Dig Once policy has been something we've been talking for a while, and I think we just need to make it a priority to finally get this through. I know I've provided the UCCC gave us a policy, the Dig Once policy to begin with. That was passed on to our Public Works Director. I tweaked it eventually to just make it so that we could protect our roads. I passed that on to our Public Works Director, but I think we just need to prioritize it because it's not just broadband. It's water utilities, it's sewer, it's PG&E, any kind of undergrounding that's happening that's ruining our roads. It's not helping our status with where our roads are. So I appreciate it's brought up, but I think we as a board need to really prioritize to make that happen, especially as we're looking to implement our 10-year plan and get that moving forward. We want to protect our roads and make sure what's underneath them is what we need. I see that Starlink is only mentioned in the survey, and I'm guessing that the response to why are we not identifying the availability, because there may be some places that it's not available, is it because of proprietary information that we're not able to obtain? Because it's definitely something that I'm hearing more and more that is being utilized, and it's actually working really well and has a comparable price to what Mediacom would be. So is that something that was looked into at all and how that's impacting our access to broadband here in Lake County?
Yes, and a couple things on that, and then I'll turn that over to Dick. One of the things that the FCC assumes, so you're using both the FCC and the CPUC maps, is that Starlink would be universally available throughout the county, and so it's considered as a provider of what would be considered currently served status. However, because the federal government has to this point prioritized fiber to the premise, and the funding is all available for that, that was really kind of the focus of both the broadband plan update and the implementation plan, is to look at where the funding would be available. The other thing is, at least now, Starlink does not, with the current capabilities, does not meet the ultimate goal of 100 megabits symmetrical, and anything that's funded, again, by the federal government and or the state, coming down through the state, has to be able to meet that goal, if not now, scalable in the immediate future. And so that's another reason that we didn't look at it. The final thing is, and Dick, you correct me if I'm wrong, while you will find that some are able to afford Starlink, it's still, as far as the device and the monthly access cost, is still above what the FCC would consider would be affordable to those that may have the most the lowest socioeconomic status, so wouldn't be able to afford it. So it still becomes an adoption inhibitor. So I think those are the three things. But yes, Starlink certainly in rural areas and where it can be afforded, and where while the FCC says it's universally available, it's not necessarily, depending on where you live. And that issue, again, creates a problem for people that think it will work for them, and it won't. But you're right, it is for those most out in the hinterlands and will be the most expensive to serve with wireline infrastructure. It is a good option for them. Dick, you want to chime in there?
I think you pretty much hit it. The only thing I would add to that is, now I haven't looked in a month, probably a little over a month, but Starlink tends to be somewhere around $500 for startup equipment. I know they've got some new packages coming out all the time, so I'll have to take a look at that again. But the last I looked, they were around $500 just to get started, and then they're 100-ish per month for what they advertise to be 220 forward and 25 upstream. So, the out-of-pocket will be, the monthly out-of-pocket will be roughly what it is for some of the other providers, but the speeds will be a little bit less. That all being said, I'm all for it in the rural areas where there's no other options or no other good options. So it is definitely a piece of the broadband puzzle. There's no doubt about that.
I appreciate that. My next question is, it's always been difficult to get maps from our ISPs because, again, proprietary. They don't want to tell everybody where they are. Are we making any headway to continue to get updates and understand where the gaps are, or are we going to continuously have to hire out consultants to get an update on where we are 5-10 years from now? Has that changed where maybe the county can sign NDAs and be able to keep track of what's going on? Because it's an economic development tool, and us having the ability to know where things are located and not located is important.
Yeah, I can take that one. We don't have much better as far as exactly where the fiber is. In other words, it's in the front yard versus backyard, it's on a pole versus underground. But the FCC has developed maps starting a few years ago already, and each version that comes out is better than the previous one, more accurate, right? It's like anything. So we can tell where Comcast is, where Mediacom is, where AT&T is, where CenturyLink is. We can tell at the address level now where they are and where they are not, and what the speeds are. We don't know about pricing using that FCC map, but it's much better than it was just a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, there's frankly a lot of guesswork involved in it, and that's been replaced now with real information. So
I appreciate
you guys
that.
can get it, and I believe Stephen Carter's the main contact for the county there. I see he's at the meeting, so he can speak to that maybe.
I was just going to quickly add, the FCC map has been a major improvement, and then we should get even more info with the BEAD map that should come out this month.
Good, and I appreciate the evolution in that. I'll go straight to my last question rather than continuing. I'll send some to Mr. Rickelman. How do we hold AT&T and Mediacom accountable for the dollars that they're getting from federal government to do this work, to expand it to reach a certain amount of people? If they end up spending that money, but they don't actually meet their goal of reaching those people, then we have a hole in what we anticipated. What's our ability as a county to hold them accountable to what they received funding for?
Yeah, that's going to be my favorite question right there. Tom, do you want to take it, or?
I can answer.
I could.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Ben. Yeah.
So we
go ahead,
can't directly hold them accountable, but the CPUC can. So they're entering into contracts with FFA grants, and so they're locked into these funding commitments for 5 years and reliability of service. So if we hear of issues, we should be communicating with the CPUC since they are the ones with the contracts and the money.
I think it's fair to ask them for ongoing updates. You know, okay, you said you're going to cover this area. Where are you? What issues are you coming up against that maybe the county can help you with? So that you're not looking at it 5 years from now going, oh man, they only got 20% done. You know, I don't think it's going to be that bad, but just to make sure, you let them know somebody's watching. There's a lot to just that.
Yeah, I think I'll echo that too. That's very important. That's one of the things we mentioned in the implementation plan is not just an advocacy role at the CPUC, but an ongoing, oversight role. While the state hasn't given you, regulatory authority over these entities, they have the regulatory authority. And so once you see something that doesn't appear to be in line with their requirements, like Ben said, those are public documents, their requirements to build within a certain time frame and to provide a certain level of service. If they don't, then you should file a complaint with the CPUC and work with them to hold those that they do regulate accountable.
I appreciate the suggestions, and I hope you come back and let us know what your plan is so that we can support you in holding them accountable. So, thank you.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, do you have any idea about how many unserved households will be served with this?
With the federal funding account, and I can't remember.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. With the federal funding account, and I can't remember exactly, but Ben had that in his, current, the beginning of the PowerPoint.
It's roughly around, I think, 3,100 households, but I can double check on that. But that's just for the current, the recently announced award funding allocation. So there's about $13 million more that should be awarded in the future.
Okay, 3,100 households. And what's the total price?
So the awards that were announced last week were about 14.6 million.
But I think the total price is higher than that. That's the
grant amount. So there's a match from the companies too.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the let me see, 3,100.
So I do have it broken down. I can send you the information, the grant to like the per award per household. We have that by ISP, so I could send that information to you.
Well, I'm just looking at like the cost of Starlink, putting in, I mean, not all of them would qualify, but if we did it on a sliding scale for those that, what they make, if we were to supply 1,300 homes, it would be 1.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's the direction the states want to go with wireline. I guess the argument they would make is it's a little more future-proof. So once you've made the investment and, there's more and more demand on what people want to use the internet for, so higher and higher service. So once you have this fiber in the ground, they should be set for decades to come. Now, Starlink could improve with capacity and performance too, and but we just kind of have to follow the direction. I mean, it's the state program, so we have to follow what they're doing.
Right. I was just wondering if it was the wisest financially.
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's ongoing debate on kind of technology prioritization with these funds. In our topography here makes it more difficult and more expensive for wireline fiber. So for a lot of the country, it's much more cost efficient just to lay fiber. Whereas here, alternative technologies like satellite or fixed wireless might be much more appropriate on a cost per household.
Yeah, I think if I can jump in real quick, I think it's sort of a hybrid look that will ultimately work best for Lake County. So it's going to be, some satellite, it's going to be some fixed wireless, it's going to be as much wireline as you can put in cost effectively. And that is the big focus is on fiber. to the premises, as Ben said. If constructed properly, FTTP can last up to 50 years. And so if you think of that going in the ground now, and the important thing about that is the fiber has nearly limitless bandwidth capacity. It's really the electronics on the end. And so you could easily go from 100 megabits symmetrical to a gig symmetrical to at some point 10 gig symmetrical, which means that home or business will have the capacity it needs for decades to come. I think that's their focus, is sort of the longevity of the program. Yes, it might be more expensive at this point in time, but over time it becomes less expensive because of the lack of need to replace the infrastructure. Again, as Dick said, that's going to be based on construction techniques, and there is always, the potential for wildfires and those kind of things that requires the replacement regardless. So there's a lot of variables, but I think that's where they came out with, let's focus on fiber.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to say, I think the resiliency and redundancy is what we're aiming for here. If people want to purchase their own satellite access, they can do that. We're not paying for people's Mediacom or AT&T access, just providing the infrastructure to make sure people can access those things. I think the more we have a redundancy, the better off we'll be. We've shut down here before because the fiber optics went down. Schools have shut down before, so I am really looking for that redundancy so that nobody has to be shut down for a day or even an hour. That's what I hope that our goal will, that the outcome will be with the goals that we have currently.
All right. Any other comments from the board? Not hearing any, I'll open it up for the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item on the agenda, this presentation? All right. Not hearing any, I'll bring it back to the board. I think we have some action, right?
No action, but I just want to thank you, Ben, and everyone for working on this. This has been a priority
That's right. No action.
for a long time, to make sure that not just our residents, but our businesses, our schools, public safety, everyone has access to reliable internet. So it's been a heavy load for a long time. So I just really appreciate the thoroughness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben, thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you for attending via Zoom and answering questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. We appreciate it.
All right. All right, so we'll go ahead and close this item on the agenda if there's nothing else. And we will go on to the next item, which is, let's see, I have it right here. 6.7, right? Am I right? Yeah, 11 o'clock hearing, consideration of request for post-abatement hearing on account and proposed assessment of summary abatement, 6439 15th Avenue.
Thank you.
Lucerne, California, APN 034212-10. And we have the Community Development Department coming forward. Looks like Shannon is coming forward along with Marcus Beltramo.
Good morning.
1 second, please. Lloyd?
Mr. Chair, your board may consider swearing in witnesses for anyone who may want to testify as part of this public hearing.
Okay. Johanna?
The property owner's here in attendance today. I just want to see if she needs any special accommodations. So if rather than sitting at the stand, or if we need to have her sit in that special area, designated area over there.
Okay. Would you like to move forward into the this area over here so you have a closer seat?
There's no microphone set up over here.
We're okay if you want to sit up here as well.
It's either this standing microphone or here. Come up here.
I can walk, it's not further distances.
Okay. Either of these chairs, whichever is comfortable, and then you'll be using this one. Okay.
Oh, yes. Do I need to share the screen first?
Hold on, I gotta swear.
Yes, and now we would swear, some.
And Mira is raising her hand in Zoom. So what
If you're gonna,
Yes.
okay, there you go. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you.
And I know, sir, you're here with her. Are you going to be speaking? No. No? Okay, okay. All right.
Good morning, Board. Shannon Walker-Smith, Deputy Community Development Administrator. And we are here today to present a post-abatement lien hearing. I'm going to hand it off to Code Enforcement Manager Marcus Beltramo.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Marcus Beltramo, Manager of the Code Enforcement Division for Lake County. And today we come from before the board to request a lien be recorded or attached against the property for which an abatement occurred. The property, the subject of our hearing here today is 6439 15th Avenue, Lucerne, California, APN 034-21210. I do want to start our presentation by reminding the board that this, we did come before the board previously on this property for a summary abatement report. No action was taken during that session. It was just a report to report on the conditions that necessitated the summary abatement. Today we are here to recoup the funds for that summary abatement or cost recovery and request a lien be attached against the property. That being said, the property owner is Rhonda Marill. Rhonda Marill is here today. The zoning designation for the property is R1. It's a single-family residential property. The lot size is about 0.14 acres. We always kind of provide a map to give you context of where the subject property is located. It is in a fairly highly densely populated area in Lucerne. We received a complaint on this property. We were flagged down by a UPS worker who directed our attention to this property. Christopher Colin was the code enforcement officer assigned to that complaint, or that was flagged down by that UPS worker. Christopher Colin's here today. He conducted the investigation and handled the abatement, so he can testify to anything that occurred on the property or provide any firsthand testimony if required or requested by the board. On January 24, 2024, when Code Officer Chris Colin approached the property, these are the conditions that he documented and observed. And as you can see on the property there's a lot of rubbish, a lot of trash. The car, the trunk's open, or the hood is popped open. Probably, I think we determined it was in an inoperable condition. It didn't have a battery or power to operate. But there's a lot of trash and there's a lot of rubbish strewn across the property. Actually, I want to go back here. If you can see the blue coloration kind of on the left photo on the left over here, those are chuck pads, and those are medical pads, and they were filled with waste. And we reasonably believe it was human waste. We also determined through our investigation the power had a lack of running water service to the fixtures. We posted a 72-hour notice to restore water. We also, below that, you can see our consent to inspect form. This is a formal document that we provide to the property owner that they can sign, consenting to an inspection or an abatement of the property. Again, on the right there, you could see the conditions of the property. You could also see after the 72 hours expired, we posted a red tag for lack of water service. There's lack of water service. That is one of the conditions which we do post red tags for. Again, these are just, we did obtain an inspection warrant. Initially, we saw the complaint, we saw the conditions. We did request an inspection warrant prior to the summary abatement. We had concerns that the inside or the interior of the property may be in a substandard condition based on the conditions on the outside and the fact that there was lack of water. So we did try to obtain an inspection warrant. These warrants are from that inspection. We were unable to complete the inspection. As you could see, by the time we made entry into the dwelling there, we could not proceed any further with the inspection because of the amount of items cluttered and stored and hoarded throughout the house. At that point, we requested the summary abatement. We got the proper approval from county council and a supervisor from the board. And then the summary abatement was only for those immediate conditions that pose a significant or imminent risk to health and safety. Again, these are conditions of the property, and you can see the property was in a substandard condition. On the right, you can see the trash, the garbage, and the blue pads that had the waste contained within them. Again, just another photo just to provide context of what we saw and the conditions that we believed necessitated the summary abatement. So we were granted the summary abatement. Actually, I want to go just kind of comment a little further. Again, here's an up-close picture of those chuck pads or those medical pads. And that was one of our major concerns, is that the waste was not being handled or disposed properly, and also that it was blowing onto other neighbors' properties or neighboring properties. And we all, in prior hearings, we've all had the discussion that human waste does have communicable diseases, and that is a immediate health and safety, or poses an immediate health and safety risk. Again, just more pictures of the inside and the interior. More photos. As you can see on the right, there's piles of, I'm going to assume they're trash and garbage stacked up in the bathroom. You can see the condition of the toilets. These are the post-summary abatement photos. Basically, we cleared out the those issues causing the imminent or immediate health and safety risk. On the right, you can see we cleared it out. We did clear a pathway. The purpose of the pathway was to allow our contractors to get in to clear out those immediate health and safety risks. It also removed a code violation for not having an unobstructed pathway to a public area in case there was an emergency, although again the property is red tagged, so nobody was to be occupying it except for the purposes of correcting the violations. Again, these are just post-summary abatement photos. And we did caution off the back door because it didn't have the proper steps that posed a safety hazard. We did hire 360 Junk Removal and Hauling to perform the summary abatement. The cost of the contractor charges was $7,900. Approximately 16,480 pounds of garbage, rubbish, or those issues posing an immediate health and safety risk were removed from the property. We also looked to recover administration costs. I believe the administration costs are in the amount of $1,439.96. At this time, staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors approve a lien in the amount of $9,339.96 and to direct staff to record a lien against the property. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I have two questions. Appreciate the work to clean this up. Can't imagine what the neighbors were thinking. This is the first time I'm going to ask you this question. Typically, we see the similar invoice like we have here from 360. Do we actually see a dump receipt for that they actually went to the landfill with what we asked them to clean out?
I don't think we asked for a dump receipt in this case. So if that's something that the board or something you'd like to see, I'm sure we
I
can
think at one
request
point it
that
would be nice to
information.
come back and review such policy, just because I know that haulers, in my opinion, can tend to be the problem. I'm not saying this one is. I know this gentleman personally. I don't think he would be. But what I tell everybody is make sure you get your dump receipt, or else it may just end up in the middle of nowhere. And I think we need to practice similar ways of dealing with that to make sure that we can prove that it went to the appropriate places, rather than just it being part of the $7,900, because we can't identify the cost of the landfill use. So just something to bring back. Nothing that I would like you to change just because I mentioned it. It's just something that popped in my mind. My second, if you wanted to comment on that.
I was just going to say our current policy is to require a dump receipt should the property owner themselves do a cleanup. But we are now going to contract or going to invitation for bid every year for contractors for code enforcement. It's certainly something that we could add to our requirements pretty easily in this next round of contracts.
And I think it's a reasonable request. We'll incorporate that and make sure that we provide that at the next hearing.
And then my second question is, I don't see, you gave him some time to clean some of this up. The whole summary abatement was just a piece. Then the rest was on the internal part of the house and the rest of the mess that was there. Timelines were provided. Nothing was done. I don't see fines involved here. Am I missing that?
So the summary abatement does not require fines. It's just immediately to
Right,
immediately
right.
abate those issues. But we do have a pending notice of violation and an order to abate that have expired. We have been monitoring the progress. The owner has made some progress, got current on her taxes, has been doing the cleanup. But we need to just monitor that, and if we need to follow through with that. The admin citations, we do have a process where we're following up on, since the implementation of data ticket, we are going back and following up on those notice of violations. So that's something I will probably need to, I will need to follow up on and make sure the admin citation has been issued and then sent off for processing. So we do have those measures in place, and we just need to follow through on our end.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, would you like to, you have anything you would like to say?
I do have some issues. The one set of steps, it needed 2 boards replaced. They removed the entire deck, which I now have to replace, and I'm on SSI. I don't have a lot of money for that, and they didn't even leave the wood there for me to even take measurements of, and then they threw away my front-loading washing machine. That's nowhere to be found. And the way things were handled, my furniture was all chipped, and I know it was a mess, but like they made a big pile in my dining room and put my clothes dryer on top of the pile. It just, and then anything I had locked, it was broken into. I had a platform on the side, and they told me that it would only be torn out if the wood was rotten, and it wasn't. There was one spot that had some fire burn on it, but it wasn't even burned through, and they removed the entire thing, which I'm sure that's most of the weight. But just, and then there's rungs on my other deck that are gone now, and the wood's nowhere to be found. It's just, I understand they had a job to do. I do understand that, but I do have, and my patio set, one of the chairs, they threw away one chair out of my patio set. It's like I just feel that the company was just, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words right now, but. So, and I can't see it being $7,000 worth of dump runs. Like, now that I know the dollar amount, it's just outrageous. But yeah, a lot of the stuff didn't need to be hauled away, or torn down, So, I do understand.
So, sir, you didn't swear in, and you said you weren't going to say anything.
No,
Sir.
Down. But I'm not arguing about the fact that they had a job to do. I understand that, but it's just some of the things. It just seems absurd, So that's all I really have to say.
All right. And sir, if you really want to speak, we'll have to swear you in. No, sir, if you want to, do you want to swear in, or?
I would, but you don't want me to, because I've been doing a lot
Sir,
of work there.
all right. Sir, all right, sir, that's enough, because if you're not going to swear in, then we're not going to take comments from there. So, okay, do you have anything else, or?
No, that's pretty much it. I know it sounds like I'm just complaining, but, I no longer have a washing machine. I no longer have a deck, and my other deck is broken, and platform's gone, and, my furniture's chipped up, and anything I had locked was broken into, Oh, and they didn't lock the property when they left either, and so thieves came and they snipped the hooks, that hook in to latch it, and they snipped those, so the door's ruined, because it was sliding glass door and it's got hooks, and so I have to put a board in my door now, I can't even lock it anymore. I thought I was locking it until I found out they snipped the hooks, because it was left unlocked.
Okay.
But,
So, if there's nothing else, I didn't know if you.
That's all I have to say.
Do you have anything to add to that, or we're?
No, I don't have anything to add to that.
Oh, there's one other thing too. Is the baseball that I said was missing, and I was told that, Chris told me that he would get back to me, and he never got back to me. I heard from you the one time when you made a comment that, but I never saw a picture, or anything, about the baseball.
Well, I think they can touch base with you offline about that,
Yeah.
possibly. This is more about the recommendations and the amount
Yeah.
and the post abatement. So if you can, just touch base offline with Chris or with staff. Yeah.
I'll just add on the cost of the contractor that it's a combination of both the fees to dump, but also a lot of man hours. So that's the bulk of the cost is for the time that the
Well, I feel they
contractor
removed
put in.
things that shouldn't have been removed,
Yeah, I mean, I was on site at that abatement, so I know that it was very difficult to tell what should go and what should stay.
Well, I was told all my personal property would be left, and it wasn't, I have 3 chairs now for my patio set, and that platform, it wasn't rotten. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it wasn't rotten. There was one part that was scorched, but, it wasn't unstable or anything.
Okay.
And the whole thing got cut up and removed, and,
Helen, did you have something?
I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for what you're going through,
Thank you.
and my heart goes out to you. And it looks like you have somebody here to help you.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for helping her.
All right. If there's nothing else, I don't know if Director Turner, if you had anything or no? All right, if there's nothing else,
I just don't think I should be charged for those things that were removed that shouldn't have been, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
okay. If there's nothing else, we'll close this part of the hearing, if that's amenable, and bring it back to the board for further deliberation or discussion. And as you know, this is in my district. I did actually that day, I remember going by and stopping by, and I seen the department working on this this abatement during that time frame, and I can attest it was very hard to determine anything that was it was hard to determine what was to be kept or what not. I hear you. I understand you may know what is kept and what should be kept and what shouldn't be, but at the same time, a lot of these abatements take place, and they're around the same amount, if not more, at times. So I know and understand that there's a disagreement with that. I just know that we do these quite often, or they bring them here, code does, and it's usually around this price, if not more. So
Yeah. Well,
I
was-
apologize for what you've been through.
I was
So.
told nothing would happen to my personal property,
Right. So, okay, and we're gonna move on this here, and Supervisor Sabatier?
I mean, I would suggest anything on your property is your personal property, but we need to make the cleanup and we need to make the community.
Garbage is obviously garbage, but.
But it's still your personal stuff that is on your property. It just hasn't been dealt with appropriately. It doesn't accumulate overnight. It's accumulated over a long-term period. There's time for you to get to the point where you can get help and do that. I'm glad you do have that help, and hopefully that won't happen again. But today I'm happy to make a motion, and we don't do work for free. We have to do.
I understand that, but-
We have to get repaid for the work that gets done in order to get our communities to look good. So if the board doesn't mind, I'm going to make a motion to approve the request for post-abatement. No, let me open up the memo so I can get the exact thing. I apologize. Move to approve the recommended lien in the amount of $9,339.96 and direct staff to record the lien against the property with the Lake County Recorder's Office. After recordation shall be delivered to the county auditor, who shall enter the amount of the lien on the assessment roll as special assessments, and have the chair sign? No?
Second.
All right.
I got a semi-thumbs up.
No, I don't believe a signature is necessary for
Okay.
this approval.
That would be the first time I've heard the.
So I will amend that to not have the chair sign.
And then
Second.
We have a second, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for the presentation, and then thank you for attending as well, ma'am. All right. Let's see here, let's get back to the agenda. And it looks like our next timed isn't until 1 PM. So we will move on to,
7.3?
what do we recommend?
Three's
7.3.
the last one, I think.
All right, so 7.3 is consideration of a letter of support.
Actually, 7.5 is water resources. They're here.
Work.
Oh, okay, yeah, 7.3.
So I'll start over. 7.3, consideration of a letter of support for the Lake Napa Private, Public, Community-Based Organization and Tribal Government Collaborative Forest Health Project. And we have our Climate Resiliency Officer, Terry Logston, here.
Thank you. Joel Nordinger, who is the CEO of Napa Firewise, should be on Zoom and promoted to panelist. Joel Nordlinger. Thank you, Board. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. Today I'm bringing to you a letter of support from the Napa Communities Firewise Foundation, who's seeking your support on a grant application to CAL FIRE's Forest Health Grant. You may recall that last month I brought another one. It's in the same area. There's 2 different projects, and both are led by Napa-based organizations. And so this project seeks to repair and rehabilitate forested areas affected by the 2015 Valley Fire and the 2020 Lake Napa unit fires. It includes removing abundance of dead material on the forest floor, dead and weakened trees, conduct seed collection from local conifers for reforestation support, and the Middletown Rancheria Pomo Indians cultural burning of all forest and wildlands on their rancheria and on their newly acquired trust lands, improve forest health at the Montesol Ranch adjacent to Robert Louis Stevenson State Park, and restore habitat on BLM lands. And so, Joe, if you want to give us some quick information, and if your board have any questions?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for having me, Chair Randall. Terry, thanks for helping to line this up. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you a little bit about this project that we've developed that involves land up in and partners up in Lake County. Again, my name is Joe Nordlinger. I'm the CEO of Napa Firewise. We are sort of the leading wildfire resilience and pre-fire organization here in Napa County, doing a lot of work around wildfire preparedness, fuel management, outreach, education, defensible space, et cetera. For some time here, we have been working a lot in Napa County exclusively on a range of different projects, and we've made a lot of advances. Starting about 2.5 years ago, we really intended to pursue projects with some of our county border partners, and sought to develop those relationships. We've obviously been involved for a long time with the unit, with Chief Wank as our pre-fire chief within the unit. And we've successfully undertaken some projects in Sonoma and Solano. And this year we are pursuing a forest health grant. We've successfully secured 2 of these grants in the past. And we decided we wanted to develop a project along the Napa Lake border and address a number of wildfire resilience issues and forest health issues that are associated with legacy burn scars from the LNU lightning and the Valley Fire. The letter of support that's before you today outlines some of those partnerships that we've developed in developing this project with Clerk, the Lake RCD, Montesol, Rancheria. And so we've got a number of several of the fire safe councils up in Lake. So we've been working for several months now to develop this project. We have a very strong application. We have letters of support and letters of commitment from a number of the other partners, and we are hoping that the Board of Supervisors will sign on with a letter of support as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions and give you what insights I can about the application.
All right. Any questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
I'll make the same statement I made for last time, and it's actually kind of, I don't want to say perfect, but it just seems timely that it's right after the issue that we just dealt with. whether you're dealing with trash in your front yard or dealing with forest health on your property that you privately own, yes, you can work with the Firewise communities. That's how they're supposed to work, is to try and help out with the communities. But us, as a Board of Supervisor, I would prefer if we were not supporting something on private property where the private property owner should take responsibility and deal with that on their own. There's already, I believe, a Napa Land Trust. They were given $1.7 million, at least what I was able to find through my research, to deal with forest health. And now they're looking for more. And I don't see on here what the any commitments or any skin in the game from the property owner, but just because you own 7,000 acres doesn't mean that we should help you while penalize somebody with a $50 by $100 100-foot lot. So I just I struggle on that. I would support it if it was just a BLM land and the Middletown Rancheria, but the added private property, I think that can happen between yourselves, because again, Firewise communities are meant for that, but getting a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors, if it was for public benefit only, then I would say yes, but to me, it's just, that's not what we're here for.
So I'm not sure if that was a question. It seemed a comment. Let me respond to it. I understand that perspective. We often work with large landowners. Sometimes those are private landowners, and their commitment is to oftentimes provide matching funds and or staff and ongoing commitment to maintaining the project work that we do. We found that it's pretty important. Fire doesn't really care about whether you're a private landowner or a public landowner, and the reality is that there are lots of large landowners and tracts of land, some of them owned by people that have the means, some owned by people that are sort of property wealthy, cash poor. And the reality is, if there's a legacy burn scar and or an accumulation of fuel, that's a threat to surrounding neighbors, whether they're public or private landowners or communities. We endeavor to try to find landowners that are willing to invest their own dollars alongside the dollars that we're able to raise with grant funds. We've successfully done that literally hundreds of times. We're constantly trying to figure out how to make a dollar worth $3 or $4 by getting landowners to step up and take on responsibility to better maintain the land that they own and are responsible for. I think it's a sensitivity that we're all too familiar with, sir, and we recognize that. We like to think ourselves as coalition builders who have a keen eye on making sure that the grant dollars that are out there get the maximum impact that they can, and that involves leveraging matching funds that we provide, matching funds from the landowners, and building sort of a multi-parcel coalition so that we can make those dollars go as far as possible to improve the overall forest resilience, wildfire resilience of the community, kind of in an extended way. I hope that addresses some of your concerns.
And I appreciate your response to my comment, because you're right, it wasn't a question. I appreciate your perspective and your philosophy on that, and I will remain where I am as well. But I appreciate the work that you do and appreciate your response.
All right, so I don't know who was first.
She was first.
Go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
Is the landowner actually chipping in on this project?
They are. And are you speaking about Montesol? Is that the main landowner that you're talking about?
I'm talking about the ones in Lake County that you're wanting the support for. Montesol.
Yeah, so we already have the support of the RCD clerk, these various fire safe councils, Montesol. All of the landowners are contributing match. In some cases it's financial, in some cases it's in kind, and the commitment to maintain the work. We've structured the property such that we're bringing resources to the table, and the landowners are also contributing. In some cases, again, that's their staff time and or a financial commitment. And so...
And do you know which it is on this particular one? Are they financially chipping in?
So all of them have a financial commitment at some level.
I'm talking about for the clearing, the work to be done.
Yes, is the answer to your question.
Okay. And then the next is, I would like to see some of this grant money when you're doing private, I don't have a problem so much with you helping private, but the lower income, those that are struggling, is where my heart's going to go. There's a lot of, for instance, Anderson Springs, there's a lot of burnt trees and such in that area, and a lot of the people cannot take care of it. They're lower income, many of them.
Yeah, so the way that we structure these particular projects, there's a range of different grants that we pursue. The Forest Health Grant is one that essentially CAL FIRE likes to see expanded and extended. So what we endeavor to do is to build a multi-party sort of coalition to implement the project. In this case, there's substantial work that's happening in both counties in areas that impact low-income communities. And so our objective is to do the work, and then these become sort of longer legacy projects. So generally the way these grants work is we go back after we make substantial progress on the implementation. It's a six-year grant, so in 3 years as we make progress, we're going to go out and look again for funds from CAL FIRE through the Forest Health Grant to extend that further. In general, this whole issue of wildfire resilience and assisting landowners who don't have the means and assisting landowners that do have the means requires a pretty integrated approach, and we have been working on that diligently in Napa and increasingly want to make sure that we're working closely with our partners in other counties, because fire doesn't really care whether you're in Napa and Sonoma. As we've seen, these fire or Lake, these fires can tend to start and they just burn where they're going to burn, where the wind is blowing them or the fuel takes them. So in general, our philosophy is to reinforce and build strong working relationships with partners in our neighboring counties so that we can help them secure funds, help them develop capacity, leverage funds that we bring to the table and they bring to the table in match so that we can unlock more dollars and help the landowners that need the assistance the most. It is a little bit of a balancing act because in some respects, you can get a large grant. The grantor, the funders, they want to see that the people that are receiving those benefits have the means to maintain it. And so there's always this sort of tricky balance that we try to strike of working with landowners that have the means and then making sure that we can sort of underwrite or support or in a way subsidize landowners that don't have the means, but get them into a regime where they're getting support to maintain it. Because as we all know with fuel management, you can spend a lot of money to do a lot of work, and if you don't maintain it in 2 or 3 years, it's just right back and you literally threw that money away.
Well, what I'm
Somebody
talking
doesn't
about
maintain
are
it.
trees that have prior burnt during the Valley Fire and that are
Yeah.
still laying on the ground.
And that's what part of this project seeks to remediate burned forest land with dead, standing, or horizontal fuel regimes.
Right, and I'm talking about the lower income communities, so that cannot financially afford to do it.
Okay, I mean there are elements of that in this
Perfect,
proposal.
perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, so forest health grants are exactly that. We're bringing health back to our forests, and those of us that have very large unincorporated districts, we need to deal with this because there is, and this threatens our communities. When a fire gets going in a big forested area or in a watershed, that's important. We have to assist in the ways that we can for those landowners to learn what needs to be done, get the work done, and then commit to the long-term work because it's never going to be done. It needs to be continually treated, as you just pointed out. We do have other programs to help with those 50 by 100-foot lots that you're very concerned about. And in the city of Clear Lake, that is a great program through the Fire Safe Council that we've built out for defensible space. It's run out of money right now. We need to get more money. Chair Crandall and I supported that with our discretionary funds. That helped, I think, 45 people. I think it was 45 homes where people were assisted with those funds from from the Fire Safe Council, State Fire Safe Council grant, to get their defensible space done around their home. So there's a lot of different ways that we're supporting people. Low income is definitely on our list. Seniors, definitely. People that can't manage their property, whatever size it is, we need to be there to help them, because this is something that we have to live with. And so the forest health grants from CAL FIRE specifically are for bringing health back to our forests. And if we have landowners that are interested in doing this work and committed to maintaining, we need to work with them. And that's what this grant does. So I'm really grateful that you brought this to us and very supportive of this letter.
Thank you, Supervisor Pisco. If I could just add one thing about any project that we do, and we work closely with our partners on this, is we're always trying to seek it to be a model or a demonstration project to maximize the sort of impact and influence of the project. You are correct that the CAL FIRE Forest Health money is money that is for large tracts of land and improving forest health, which by extension is a wildfire resilience sort of prescription, so to speak. So this money is not really money that you can use to go do small parcel defensible space. They're looking for fewer landowners who have more acreage, who ideally are in a means or are in a mix of means to be able to maintain the land. I will add that part of our objective with this is to just reinforce our relationships with our partners in our neighboring counties, because in a bigger strategic way, we recognize that there's money out there with the Prop 4 that is coming due, and our objective is to just use our collective will and intentionality along with those of our partners in neighboring counties to make sure that we get, and I mean the broader the unit gets its fair market share of that money coming down the pike. And so anytime we're working on one of these projects where we're developing partnerships, it's with the long view that these solutions require kind of multidisciplinary, integrated work together. And so anytime we can kind of lock arms with our partners in neighboring counties, bring resources to the table, get folks to do the good work, and ultimately then chase the next round of funding, we're in a better position to do that.
Thank you, and I'll call on you after the supervisors are finished. I have Supervisor Vice Chair Rasmussen, and then Supervisor Pieska can go after, and then if there's anything else you want to close with, I'll call on you after they're finished.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yes, I do appreciate Supervisor Sabate's comments and concerns, because I believe those are valid in a lot of situations, but on this, and I look at it from a public safety standpoint, and the benefit I think that we're going to gain out of this in protecting our community and making those lands that are essentially intermingled with all the public land is an important aspect to be able to put us in the best situation to prevent these fires in the future, or at least not have the devastation that we could if we don't do work like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Pieska.
Yeah, I just want to add, you had mentioned the priorities of the unit for the LNU. We were not successful. We have not been successful in forest health grants over the last few years. Our unit has barely gotten any CAL FIRE grants. And it's really important that we fix that we adhere to the priorities of the unit. And this is what that project does. There's an evacuation route, Highway 29 going over the mountain. That is essential for people to get in and out of our county. And evacuation routes is one of the priorities of the unit. So I really appreciate that it's tied to that, as well as hardening as well as enforcing around our community of Middletown. So I just want to bring that up because you had mentioned that. It's really important. We have to get back to having successful CAL FIRE grants, because the last couple of years have been pretty dry for our county.
Were you going to add something else, Vice Chair? Or?
No.
Okay. Okay, so if there's anything you want to close with briefly, or if we're good, I'll open it up to the public.
Just that I appreciate the consideration. I'm also on the board of the RCD, and we work very closely with our RCD partners here in Napa, and with those extended networks in our neighboring counties. And this is very, very expensive, complicated work. It takes a lot of dogged determination to go chase the money. I've long held that our success is largely dependent on our ability to build close relationships, not just within our respective counties, but across counties. And so we are sort of constantly striving. And I think this particular grant is a good example of our efforts to work closely with our neighbors, help to build capacity, help to bring dollars to our neighboring counties where we can. We've had some success landing forest health grants. We want to work to extend that elsewhere with our neighbors.
All right, thank you. So I'll open it up to the public if there's anyone that would like to comment on this item on the agenda. All right, hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we accept, approve the the support for the Lake County Napa private public.
You're on.
Oh, I don't know why you can't hear it. So I'm going to make a proposal that we approve this.
Second.
So Lloyd?
It would be the motion to approve the letter of support reference.
The letter of support for the Napa Lake County private public community-based organization.
And authorize the chair to sign.
And authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you, Terry, and thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you. And
Thank you so much. I appreciate the consideration and approval.
Thank you. And just to say that I do continue to look for different grants for exactly what you're talking about, Sue.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was one I was specifically looking at that was about to come out from the Bureau of Land Management, but they have rescinded that.
We just still have a lot, I know, throughout
Yes.
the county.
Yes.
That, and, you know, like I said, when people can't afford it,
Yeah,
that's where we need to help the most.
I agree. Thank you.
Exactly.
We're here to help with any of that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
All right, so we'll close this item. And so we're at a juncture where we have 5 minutes till 12. We have a 1 o'clock. I wanted to see, I know we have 7 points, was it?
Do it.
7.5. Or would you, so how do we do this? Do we do that item and then an hour from there? How does everyone feel about that? And we'll be a little behind on the 1 o'clock, but I think we'll be okay. All right. All right, here we go. I'm just making sure. I don't. 7.5, consideration of A, proposed reorganization and renaming of the drought work group. B, establishment of an ad hoc committee. C, transference of a lead agency to Community Development Department and presentation of SB 552 compliance and project updates. And it looks like we have Director Upadhyay, Angela DePalma-Dow, and Shannon Walker-Smith, with Community Development Director Maria Turner on Zoom. 7.5.
Do we?
She's online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello everyone, it's Pawan Upadhyay, the Water Associate Director for the county.
We also have a contractor from Stantec. Bridget Lowry should be on to answer questions also for this item. And CDD Director Maria Turner is on Zoom, and then Angela DePalma-Dow from Water Resources also.
So we have this memo in front of us. So I will first give a brief summary and then probably read through this memo. Currently, we need to make a drought resiliency plan to comply with Senate Bill 552, which was approved by the governor in September 2021. What this Senate Bill 552 is basically is for small water suppliers and rural communities, just to make that they have a plan in case of water shortage and drought. In order to make this plan, we have received direct technical assistance from the DWR, which is the State Department of Water Resources. And Lake County already has a drought working group or a drought task force. So basically, we are asking to transform that drought task force to a Lake County Drought and Water Shortage Task Force. And then, because that's the part of making that plan to comply with Senate Bill 552. So that was kind of little bit brief background on what this memo is about. So now I will read through this memo, and then we can address any questions the board might have.
Continue.
So the executive summary, in response to the ongoing challenges such as limited water resources, increased demand, climate variability, and recent legislative requirement related to drought and water shortage, staff propose a reorganization of the current drought work group, renaming it to the Lake County Drought and Water Shortage Task Force, and establishing an ad hoc committee. Additionally, we will discuss the implication of Senate Bill 552 and outline the process for drafting a comprehensive drought resiliency plan. Update on the transfer of lead agency responsibilities and project timeline will also be provided. The Water Resources Department will present on the following: reorganization and renaming. The first task is transformation of the existing drought work group into the Lake County Drought and Water Shortage Task Force. Expand the mandate and formal reporting structure to the Board of Supervisors. Item number 2 is to establish an ad hoc advisory committee. Department formation of an ad hoc committee to handle a specific short-term task. Members will be invited based on their expertise in areas such as water resources management, environmental science, agriculture need, and local community knowledge. The department will select advisory committee members who will hold 4 meetings with the primary role of developing the drought resiliency plan in accordance with Senate Bill 552 requirement for state small water system and domestic wells. The ad hoc drafted drought resiliency plan will be reviewed by the task force prior to the submission to the Board of Supervisors for approval and then state certification. Item number 3 is implication of Senate Bill 552. Overview of Senate Bill 552 requirements for enhanced drought preparedness and resilience. Role of Drought and Water Shortage Task Force and Ad hoc Advisory Committee in meeting these legislative requirements. Item number 4, drafting a drought resiliency plan. Importance of a comprehensive drought resiliency plan in response to Senate Bill 552. Process for drafting the plan, including stakeholder involvement, public participation, and the opportunity for the public to review and comment on the draft plan before finalization. Project update. Transfer of lead agency. An update on the transfer of lead agency responsibility for this initiative. Updated project timeline. A revised timeline outlining major project milestone and expected completion dates.
All right. Anything else, or?
So, in addition to a brief summary which I gave before reading this memo, is another major task is so right now is it to make this plan is with the water resources, but we are proposing it to be transferred to the community development department. That's because it aligns with the work which they are already doing and their plan for 2050 and the master plan they are doing.
Should we have Maria or you, Director Turner, would you like to, you have your hand up, so I want to make sure.
Yes, thank you. The Drought Task Force has already sort of been briefed on the SB 552 at their last meeting last May. The transference of the community to the Community Development Department would actually be consistent with the local hazard mitigation plan, which identified the Community Development Department as responsible for preparing the drought resiliency plan. So it's more like we're coming into compliance to transfer it over to community development, as well as it'll integrate well with us with the current Lake County 2050 plan going on right now also. And the sorted different public outreach efforts that are integrated into this process will also dovetail nicely with Lake County 2050. Bridget Lowry from Stantec is available should you have any questions specifically about the timeline, because we are a little behind, but the state did give us an extension. And so Bridget can speak to sort of the process from here. Thank you.
Yes. Did you have anything you wanted to add, ma'am? Okay. Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
I'm definitely interested in hearing what the timeline might be, and if that is what was intended, I can wait.
Oh, there she goes. All right.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for having me here today. The original timeline in the original CSP, which was scoped last year, was for 1 year. We've been discussing the process with the Department of Water Resources, and the funding can be continued for 1 year from the start date, assuming that the start date is relatively soon. And so we will have 1 year despite the extended timeline.
Anything else?
Thank you. I know that we met with Stantec. I don't even remember what the timeline was, but this sometime last year to review this. So glad this is moving forward. This is definitely something that's been on our minds because the board had created the task force before the state forced us to create the task force in the first place. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the committee members. I don't see it necessarily identified in there. Maybe it is, and maybe I'm just not reading it. I know it says water resources management, but I'm hoping we get water purveyors that both use well water as well as lake water to better understand their needs to ensure that they can provide water to the users. And I also don't see fire districts involved who may need to access water at the hardest times to access water, like in October or November when there's no rain. Just ideas of and also, sorry, I missed one, and maybe somebody from like the Chamber of Commerce or some kind of business association that would be able to speak on the behalf of businesses and what that impact might look like when we declare a drought, and what kind of changes will occur on water availability and whatnot.
And we do also have the minutes from the last meeting where you and Supervisor Pyska made other suggestions as well. So we'll make sure that we take that into account.
Thank you.
I will also add that the special districts has prepared their drought resiliency plan already, and I believe some of the other water purveyors have as well, particularly for the requirements of 552. It covers state small systems, so those are 14 connections or less. So it doesn't explicitly include the larger water purveyors. They're under either different requirements. And so, yes, we definitely have under the drought task force proposed current member lists and have attended in the past our special districts department heads, and they'll continue to be invited, but just wanted to make that clarification about the requirements with this Senate bill.
All right. If there's no other questions, we'll open it up to the public. Not. Margot, if you can unmute, state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Margot Kambara. For efficiency and effectiveness, convening a working drought work group seems obvious and ideal. Having an ad hoc committee draft the drought resiliency plan for task force review requires more volunteers. The schedule calls for the ad hoc committee to meet 4 times and draft the drought resiliency plan. This does not seem realistic. As for transference of lead agency responsibilities for optimum operational function, the drought work group should remain with Lake County Water Resources Department, WRD. WRD has the technical expertise required to support the drought work group. Recall that WRD resources also serve Lake County Water Protection District. Better management outcomes result when contractor oversight is done by those with a background in the field of work, specifically water resources. If bandwidth is an issue for WRD, I respectfully suggest that your board consider allocating additional resources to WRD. Technical background in water resources is important to validate the contractor's work results and quality. This will be difficult, if not impossible, for CDD. For this reason, a process handoff to CDD for tasks involving permits seems best. Transference of lead agency responsibilities to CDD is not an action that sets up CDD for success. CDD is on point for Lake County 2050, the effort to update the general plan and local area plans. This project is a huge undertaking with significant impact on the future of Lake County. General plan and local area plan advisory committee members observe that CDD resources are stretched thinly for Lake County 2050 support. Demands on CDD staff over the next 2 years will increase. Among the outstanding major components of general plan and related efforts include at least 4 activities. First, year 2 of general plan, local area plan updates. Second, environmental impact report work for the general plan. Third, housing element, the housing action and implementation plan update. And fourth, aggregate resources management plan. Director Turner expressed eagerness to work on this project. The timeline is uncertain. CDD's current responsibilities to support the following entities are demanding: the Lake County Planning Commission and the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force. Since starting Lake County 2050, CDD has also been given at least 2 additional responsibilities. The FEMA National Flood Insurance Program floodplain mapping responsibility, and role as lead applicant in California Department of Conservation Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program grant. Unfortunately, a heavy workload can lead to serious errors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I'll go ahead and close public comment. And did you want to respond?
Yeah, so as far as we are also asking to make an ad hoc advisory committee, and the water resources would be part of that committee itself. And the members of that committee would be based on their expertise, such as water resources management, environmental science, agriculture needs, and local community knowledge. And as far as the heavy lifting on the making the plan itself, that's what the Stantec is there for, as a technical assistance. So it won't be that much direct load on the staff. We do have to do meetings and everything, but most of the work would be done by the ad hoc advisory committee, and it would be brought to the task force for their approval or the review, and then the task force will recommend it to the board of supervisor whether they want to go ahead it or not. So yeah, I do see like there is additional little bit additional work for the CDD involved in that, but we would still be part of that. So we are just asking for the lead to be transferred. So I don't see it as saying it would be done by somebody who don't has an expertise on that. So we are still involved in making the plan itself.
All right. I don't know who's first. Supervisor Owen?
Why is it not the same? Oh, it was legitimate that time. I actually had the same thoughts as Margot, with it being putting more, and I was going to ask both of you how you felt about this, Pon and Maria, putting more on your lap, Maria. I don't know, it just seems like it should be in your ballpark, considering your water, and maybe having her part of the task force, but keeping you as the lead just made more sense, since it does have to do with water, which is your expertise. So I actually was thinking along the same lines as Margot, and I wanted to get both of your input because there could be things I'm not seeing here, obviously.
Director Turner, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, this differs a little bit from Water Resources' normal purview in that it deals with wells and small water systems. So as you look around the state and the development, typically you'll find lead taken by community development or environmental health, different departments like that, because it's not really talking about water in the lake. or the creeks. So we have had extensive discussions internally and are comfortable with taking on this additional responsibility. Shannon is going to head up community outreach or offer support for community outreach in that. And community outreach and long-range planning is pretty much what we do. So we are comfortable with assuming the lead in this. And even more comfortable knowing that Water Resources won't desert me. And Stantec has the technical expertise to get us to where we need to go on the plan.
Yeah, I was looking to you, both of you, for your expertise to see how you felt about it.
I can also comment. Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks, Maria. Thank you for the question too, Margot and Supervisor Owen. The Watershed Protection District, which is the same staff as Water Resources, does have purview over this plan because it's a county-wide plan, and at least the staff, with our director's guidance, is not going to abandon community development on this. And just know that we're probably always going to require to have a drought task force requirement from here going out. The specific direction of the ad hoc committee for this year is to be directed at developing the plan, and then they can be directed for other needs, other topics, and other avenues if needed. And at least the staff at the district, Watershed Protection District, will be there to support and provide that if needed.
And one more thing on my questions, I wanted to clear that up first. I'm actually on that committee, and I'm kind of anxious to get some meetings going. To be honest, when we've got the water is when we need to be doing the planning. And so I'm kind of anxious. I'd like to see more frequent meetings, to be honest, on this issue.
Yeah, we currently have a website with the agenda from the last meeting from May 31st. We have a drought planning website embedded on our website, and we'll make sure and update that. And the Watershed Protection District facilitates and administers other committees, such as the Clean Water Program, so we're able to help in that support if needed.
Okay, so more meetings?
Additionally, we were just waiting to bring this item to the board before we launch this, the planning project.
I will specify that the requirements of SB 522 do not have a meeting minimum. So we today are saying we're committed to 4, but just know that the state law only requires like one-time meeting.
Well, we just hadn't had any yet, and when you were mentioning May, I'm like, wow, that was a long time ago.
Supervisors.
We will meet as often as we need to get the job done.
I just wanted to ask about the establishment of the ad hoc advisory committee. Are you choosing who the individuals are that will be part of that committee? Are you coming back to us for the approval of applications for those who will be part of the committee? Because it's not necessarily perfectly clear if we approve the ad hoc advisory committee, are we approving the composition of it today as well?
We would appreciate it if that could be an internal process rather than board appointed. But if you like, we can come back with the categories. It would be the categories that you mentioned, the ones that we've gleaned from the past minutes, as well as any other recommendations to fill it out as needed.
County Council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Chapter 1, Section 6, Rule 2 of the county's policies and procedures related to ad hoc committees does assign or designate the formation of the approval of the formation of an ad hoc committee, either by chair directive or board action, and shall include prescribed duties and memberships of the committee. So one option for your board is to approve the formation of this ad hoc advisory committee, and as part of that motion, direct staff to come back to your board with the composition of the members of that ad hoc committee, unless staff already has certain members in mind, certain member positions in mind for your board's approval consideration.
Can you clarify if membership has to be like representative of a department or agency, or do we have to provide specific names?
Not specific names. It's really memberships by roles or positions, and that is to be proposed to the Board of Supervisors for review and approval.
And my follow-up to that is this a Brown Act
compliant
committee, or like what's this process? I'm just trying to better understand what we're approving of.
This would be a temporary ad hoc committee for a specific purpose, not a standing committee. So it would not be a Brown Act committee, though the whole point is to get public input. So it will be a transparent process with plenty of public outreach.
So public input during the committees, not when it comes back to the board with what the committee has created?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else to add? All right, so I already closed public input, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, so looks like we'll move forward with action. Did you have anything else, County Council? No? All right.
Nope. I move that we approve the reorganization and renaming of the Drought Work Group to Lake County Drought and Water Shortage Task Force. Can I do them both at the same time? Separate? Okay.
I may have some suggested revisions to item B, so
Okay.
it would be.
I second that.
So for A, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do you have language for B?
Yes, thank you. So the motion for item B would be to approve the establishment of the Drought Resiliency Plan Ad Hoc Advisory Committee and direct staff to return to the board with proposed memberships within membership compositions within that committee.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then
C, approve the transference of lead agency from Water Resources to Community Development.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for the presentation and the discussion here, and we'll close this item.
Thank you.
All right. So we are at 12:20. Any recommendations? We just go
Thank
from
you.
here, or, all right.
Like 120.
Yeah, it looks like 1:20 will be when we come back. So we'll see you then, after the lunch break.
I feel like Water Resources was scared they were going to be stuck.
All right. All right, thank you, Sam. All right, welcome back from lunch. We're going to move on to our 6.8, our 1 o'clock item. Consideration of letters to A, the United States Board on Geographic Names, Domestic Names Committee, and B, the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names, recommending changes to BGN's principles, policies, and practices in light of the January 20th, 2025 Presidential Executive Order restoring names that honor American greatness. And Supervisor Pyska, you want to start out?
Yeah, thanks. This last year has been really difficult for everyone regarding this name change. And the executive order of President Trump to update the policies and procedures gives us the opportunity to share where we found those policies fell short over the last year, specifically around renaming populated places. It's much different to rename a town than it is a mountain or a creek. And so that's what's in these letters. And these are the issues that I've been pushing all year with both committees. And so I think it's important for us as a board to lean on our experience and push this forward, advocate for what we've been through for these changes.
All right. So we'll go ahead and go straight to public input. And if you would like to come up and speak on this item, please come up, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
I just got a point of clarification since I know a lot of people have been involved in asking for this to come back, but I specifically came to the board the beginning of January asking for the item 611 that was heard on December 10th to come back to the new board, to the board with the new board members so they could weigh in on that. And I had assumed all the time that that was going to happen in this meeting, and it's obviously not happened. And you and I have spoken about that a couple of times, that it was agendized with that in mind, but that's clearly not the case. And so I'm asking if that's going to be put back on so that we can discuss it.
All right, I'll defer to County Council.
Okay. I'm just going to wait up here because I may have a question of him, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item in particular specifically just refers to the two recommendations, each corresponding to the letter that's proposed letter to be sent to the BGN. The other item would be the one to be sent to Kagan. Generally, your board cannot add any items or actions beyond this item to be discussed in the agenda. So in terms of proposing new items, that's not before your board today. That goes through the normal standard procedure of consideration review, having a sponsor to be proposed to the board. That goes through staff review, that goes through the agendizing requirements, but the item itself is limited to just under A, the letter to BGN, proposed letter to the BGN, and B, the proposed letter to Kagan.
So just for clarity on that, and I knew that, I agree with you on that, but I figured I would take the opportunity just to say, reiterate one more time, this item was intended for my request. That's what my intention was anyway. And I think there's a lot of people here who intended to speak and address on that on both sides. And it appears as an end run to get away from having that tough discussion by not everybody on the board, but at least some. And so I guess we'll try it again to have that on there. There's at least one person in this room who was told that it wasn't going to be put on because of something to do with Robert's Rules of Orders, which is absurd, since Robert's Rules of Order is just a guideline. It has nothing to do with the law that runs the public meeting law that you are bound by. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I guess we'll make another request through another supervisor that will bring it to the chair at that time. Then thank you.
And I just, real quick, Rob, I just wanted to let you know, I know we did discuss this. You brought it to us, I want to say in the second meeting of January. And during that, I deferred to the district supervisor.
Correct.
And I usually do. So I know you requested it.
You and I had a very good discussion about it. I think you were put on you were doing your job as chair, and I appreciate that. I don't have any, I don't apply any fault to the way you handled it. I appreciate the way you did your job.
I see some pens up real quick.
Does he want to speak? Or yeah, I did. But if you want to leave it open for public speaking, I can wait.
Okay.
May I speak?
Yes.
Not using about 3 minutes, just to what was raised, as opposed to general public comment.
Is it public input, or are you?
Pardon?
What are you speaking of?
I'd like to speak about how the board might bring a reconsideration back, if you'd be interested. Otherwise, I can skip it.
You want to? Should we?
Well, this is still part of the public comment where each speaker can have 3 minutes, so your board can.
Okay, then I'll hold on that one and use my 3 minutes elsewhere. Thank you.
All right. Did you want to go ahead, Helen?
Yeah, I was wondering, and this is actually a question for you, Mr. Lloyd. I know that there's been a lot of uncomfort and disagreement with the name change. In particularly, they didn't like the name Canocti. There was no input from the community in any way, shape, or form. And since I'm new to this, can I put a resolution forward to revisit the name of Kelseyville? It's not the same. Can I bring something forward onto the agenda? Revisit the naming of Kelseyville?
If
for public input.
Thank you, Supervisor Owen. So if, in effect, that proposed recommendation or item will result in the reconsideration of your board's, of the board's December 10, 2024 action, under the Rules of Procedure, General Protocol, and Committees Policy of the County of Lake, in particular, Chapter 1, Section 3, Rule 9, that time has passed. The deadline to submit or propose a reconsideration of the board's action that took place on December 10 would have been the next regularly scheduled board meeting. There has been 3 regular board meetings since that time, and so under the current procedural rules, that time has passed.
I'm not asking to address the December 10th meeting. I'm asking if we can address the name of Kelseyville. People do not want the name Canocti.
Well, one option for the board or for a board member would be to consult with staff, because part of the review and the process there would be to coordinate and also finalize what would be the recommended action that would come out of the proposed item that you had in mind. So that would be my suggestion, to consult with staff moving forward. Obviously, it wouldn't be a part of the board's item for today.
No, I was wanting to put it back on.
Right.
Right. So Supervisor Spatier.
And County Council basically said what I was going to say, that I think that Supervisor Owen should meet with staff to figure out what the options are, rather than doing that right here, since right now we have a specific agenda item. But I will go ahead and make a brief comment. I'll make more later on. There's obviously confusion as to what this item is supposed to be. I'm not sure if people heard what the item was or if they actually read what the item was, but the majority of the public comments we received was basically December 10th type of public comments of whether they wanted to keep the name or change the name, not discussing the process in which BGN and Kagan follow. And so there was obviously some massive confusion, because the majority of the public comments that we received were not related to the item on the agenda. It was related very specifically to the foundation of the issue that we're kind of discussing here. So I think it's unfortunate that there was that level of confusion more often than not.
Can I just ask a question real quick of what Lloyd?
Yes.
Comments. So the board policy, Robert's Rules of Order, mismanners, whatever you want to bring up, is superseded by the Ralph M. Brown Act, correct? Council?
I only respond to questions
Okay,
from your board.
okay.
If your board gives me permission to respond, then I will.
I appreciate that, yeah, that's true.
And so you're saying
The
doesn't...
Brown Act supersedes all of these policies and procedures and all of that, these other recommendations and guidelines.
Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Brown Act gives authority to your board to create and establish your board's own policies and procedures when it comes to procedural matters to start. And that is what culminated in the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedures, General Protocol, and Committee's policy.
All right.
Okay, but it's still, the Brown Act supersedes any of those rules if they conflict. The Brown Act on Rule 27 allows for reconsideration of any item that's been voted on by the board, and in this instance, it would be appropriate for one of the board members who voted in the majority on that decision on December 10th to bring forward a motion for reconsideration. The only board member here would be Chairman Crandall on that, and that motion would be made, it would be put on the agenda next week to make the motion for reconsideration, then it would be put on the following week or subsequent meeting to then allow for that item to be reconsidered. It can be done within 12 months of when that decision was made, not after the next meeting. It's within 12 months under that process. Otherwise, you have to wait the 12 months for any board member to then ask that it be put on for reconsideration. So that's the process that should be applied, not a board policy that was adopted arbitrarily for some other reason. But there is precedent already for this board to take up items for reconsideration, and I can name a few of them that if you need specific examples of precedent where the board has actually taken up items for reconsideration.
All right, so did you want to answer that, Lloyd?
Sure, just very briefly. So, Rule 9, and I'll try to be brief about this. Rule 9 of your boards, County of Lakes, Rules of Procedure, General Protocol, and Committees Policy outlines the requirements for taking in, considering a motion to reconsider a prior board action. So it has all those requirements there. I believe I've already referenced the requirement, the timeline requirement for that, in which the deadline for bringing up such item has passed. And this particular rule here, along with the rest of your board's rules of procedures that were adopted in 2018, I can certainly contend that those are compliant with the Brown Act.
And so, with what was stated about one of the majority bringing it back, the time has passed. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. So the deadline is at the next, under Rule 9, under the deadline to bring up such an item to reconsider a prior board action was at the next regularly scheduled meeting after the action, subsequent to the action. That would be the action itself referenced. It occurred on December 10. The next regularly scheduled meeting that occurred then was December 17, 2024.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, again, we get this debate all day long. There are consequences to violating the Brown Act. There are no consequences to violating or going against board policy. So the Brown Act is what I'm sticking to. And in addition to what I stated earlier, the member of the board that was in the majority can ask that it be reconsidered. However, I forgot to add that at the next board meeting, 4/5 of the current board would then have to vote in favor of in order to vote to reconsider that. So that is an important part. It can't be just 3-2. It has to be 4/5 vote in order to reconsider that. But again, I'm with all due respect, and I'm not. Nobody's ever paid me for legal advice, so you get what you pay for here. But you're bound more by the Brown Act and the consequences related to that than you are by any board policy that may have been adopted arbitrarily or for whatever reason at any time.
All right. Noted. Sir?
My name is Vern Belanger, and Helen, you were saying that nobody knew about the name change until recently. At the very first meeting that Citizens for Healing gave over 4 years ago, we had two members of the Kelseyville Business Association that showed up.
Sir, we're going to discuss the letters at hand. We're not going to rehash the name change debate. So if you
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that
That's fine.
as a motion was made concerning what's not true.
Okay. Well,
I think there's confusion about the confusion. I was talking about how people think we're talking about the name change today, but we're talking about a drafted letter.
Okay,
So
thank you, Bruno.
either we're not reading or we're not listening. Either way, we're not going anywhere if that's how we're going.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
There really is no confusion. My name's Rachel White of Kelseyville. I spoke with Jessica last week. They gave me this excuse. I never asked for the vote on Measure U to be revisited. I asked to bring this back to the board for a discussion because of all the reasons that the original application should have been rejected based on the existing policies. And your letter also includes false information. They do have a procedure for accepting other names. No other names are accepted because we don't want to change our name, period. And we now know that at the federal level, it's not going to change. So your letter speaks loud and clear. You do not care about Kelseyville. You don't care about our reputation. You don't care about what's happened to us over the years. You don't care about the businesses. You do not care about the brand. Kelseyville's burning. and you are fanning the flames. This is a disgrace, and it should embarrass you. And your lack of leadership throughout this process is completely unacceptable. If you don't want to stand up for Kelseyville, then get out of the way. Our name is not changing, and we want to move on. This letter is another step in the wrong direction, and if you can't figure out where we're going, we need new leadership.
Is there anyone else that would like to come up and give some public input?
Mark Borgasani, Kelseyville. I'm not sure why we have to, I mean, the county, be the ones to direct the BGN and Kagan to rewrite their policies or to even call them out. The policies that they have don't support the name change in the application that was sent in. As Supervisor Owens stated, there was no, they'll say there was public, there wasn't. There was nobody that reached out and talked to the KBA about name change. They bopped their heads into businesses and, you know, they'll tell you that they checked around, but they didn't. So why are we responsible if the BGN's policies don't support this? Canocti is not an acceptable name for Kelseyville. There was no input for that. It should just die. The application should just die at the BGN level because of lack of clarity or whatever. I mean, one could say that the lack of clarity at the BGN would be a way for this board to not support changing the name. We don't want it changed because your policies and procedures don't support it. You know, I think we're going to find that, you know, it's not going to get much better there. I think Kagan is just functional. I think you'll find that. So I hope that, my hope would be that we could readdress this somehow or address the fact that Canocti is not acceptable, and that should be the end of it. You know, there's been no discussion with anybody from Lake County or from Kelseyville. There was no discussions, you know, from the tribes early on. This wasn't the tribes, it was Citizens for Healing threw this thing out there, and the tribes picked it up and ran with it. But I think we could have done more to talk about maybe geographic features instead of, they don't have any guidelines for this because nobody's done this. You know, change the name of a town of 10,000 people, changing our name. They haven't done it, you know. So I really hope we can get something done here. You know, the letter, you know, I get why you're doing it, but I don't know if it's going to help anything up there. It might. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I guess you'll just have to take my off-topic proposal for change for the letters. Pack of lies.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Alan Fletcher, sorry, I said earlier, Alan Fletcher, Citizens for Healing, Lucerne resident. At our very, I wasn't on board, but Lorna can speak to it. At our first or second meeting, the cultural director of LM, the late Thomas Leon, came and talked to us right from the start. Not a random native off the street.
Alan, is this referring to the letters?
I am referring to the attacks that were just made and responding to the attacks made by those people, which are lies. And I am preparing a response for the Kagan meeting on February 28th, which will itemize every step of the way, who we spoke to, when we spoke to them, what they told us, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Their history is bunk. They accuse us of using inflammatory language, and they call us a mob and this, that, and the other. I will submit that to Kagan and copy you. Thank you. And if you want to call back and talk about my procedures that are proposed for the letter, you can call me back if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the letters right here, or the comments. Right. Anyone else would like to come up and speak about this item? Anybody on Zoom? you want to speak first or after? Okay, so if you want to unmute and state your name for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Fred Briones. I'm calling in from my home at Canocti. Sorry I did not come to the meeting. I don't have $5 to spend on white supremacy. And that's what this is. And I want to make it a fact and let everyone know that I want to tell them why the vote was non-binding. Because if it was binding,
Fred.
it would lead into one of the biggest civil rights lawsuits ever.
Fred, we're discussing the letter.
And I know I got 3 minutes here, and these people now need to realize that times are changing, and it's changing out of their favor. It's for the indigenous people and people of color that we are the original homeowners of this land, and they're going to have to understand that whole educational piece now, that this is our home, and if they don't like it, they could leave. This is Indian land.
Fred,
realize where they're at.
let's
Thank
please
you.
stick to the letter. I understand, and I think we've hashed this out before. Let's
Support the name change. Leave it to Canocti.
this isn't this item, Fred, is not about that. It's about the recommendations to the Board of Geographical Names and Kagan for policies. Did he? Okay. Is there? All right. I'll just in case someone else wants to speak. If not, I'll close public input. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. I feel like we're continuing to stumble in this really important but difficult conversation that I think our personal process has not been good. And before we tell someone else what their process should be changed, I think we need to review our process as a whole. Not that I even want to have that conversation either, but before we point a finger at someone else, we should be pointing it at ourselves. Some people left this room on December 10th feeling like they got slapped in the face, and I can't speak for individuals, but saying the process is flawed is also a slap in the face of the 30% who voted to change the name and got that name changed. The process worked for the 30%. So I just feel like we just are making wrong decisions on how to process through these difficult matters, and that we need to look internally before we reach out externally. And so I don't think we should be sending a letter today. And I don't think that we should. I'm going to make a request. I think there's been a lot of staff time spent on this difficult subject. But I would like to ask for staff not to spend time on this. If a board member wants to bring something, they can do that on their own. But we have staff that are spending hours of time in meetings, in drafting letters, in drafting memos, and we have that capability to do that ourselves. I want to see staff spent on the priorities that we have, which is to, I know I'm going to get a laugh from somebody in the audience, to make our communities better, economic development, better opportunities, all of that good stuff that we should be focusing on. This is not on the list of things that we're asking staff to work on. So that is my ask.
I don't know who's first. Supervisor Owen?
Go ahead. I forgot to take it down.
Vice Chair Rasmussen?
Yes, thank you. I do have a lot of concerns with sending a letter right now similar to what Supervisor Sabatier said. I think, the public just seeing this draft letter last week, on Thursday afternoon is not enough time. I think we ought to be engaging the community more as supervisors to work with everybody, get more input before we make decisions on this. I think that while I do think there are some issues with the federal policy, I also think that this board in 2024 could have taken a more active role in engaging the public, going out and facilitating meetings, and just working with everybody to try to work through this. I feel like it was just kind of out there, and we weren't involved until the board decided to put it to a vote. And then again, we just weren't engaged. I don't feel we were engaged. I think that's critical. I do think some of the federal policies are clear. What was clear to me is that, and this is, why my previous comment is that the Board of Names policy said that while they do accept public feedback, they don't rely on that as the primary source of their information. As I recall reading, they rely on the local governing body to figure out the best way to seek public input. That was my understanding of it. And, the board did come up with a way to do that. Not everyone is happy with, the final outcome, but nonetheless, the board made the decision that that's how they were going to seek public input. So I think, there's more involvement we can have. I think if we're going to send a letter, it needs more discussion in the public, more feedback from the public. I personally don't think the federal government ought to be involved in changing the name of a populated place anywhere in the United States. I don't see that as their job. They're not here. They're not part of this community or any other. The reason that they were created, in my opinion, was to regulate names of geographic places, primarily on federal land. We have vast tracts of federal land. We're talking about geographic features. That's really what their mission ought to be. If we were going to send any letters, I don't think they ought to be involved in any of these decisions. I think it needs to be resolved within a local community with engagement of all stakeholders on all sides, try to work through it. So those are my comments at this time.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, I might add that the public comment or the public input was brought to us on a ballot. It was brought to the community, the entire Lake County, and it was the Board of Supervisors that asked to have that done. If that was to be ignored, it shouldn't have been put on the ballot in the first place. So I feel that was our way of commenting, and when it came back to the board, we weren't asked for comment before that. So that's my feeling.
Yeah, and this has been really hard. This has been really hard for everyone. This hasn't been done before, as Mark mentions. It's been really frustrating to get the engagement that was really needed. And in the beginning, the California committee, the Kagan, told Supervisor Sabatier and I that they were assigning staff, that they were going to come out and do that engagement. They were going to do listening sessions. They were going to explain the process thoroughly. They were going to do all of these things. And then we had, a lot of questions to the BGN and the Kagan that we were not getting answers to. And we kept asking and pushing, and it finally became really clear that they were not going to show up and do those things that they said they were going to do, that we had asked them to do, that we needed them to do. And that's when when I realized that was not going to happen, that's when I decided to bring the vote to the board so that we could really find out how the community felt about this. Because this whole time, I've been really frustrated that the community wasn't more involved and there weren't more ways to participate. But on the other side of this, they weren't answering our questions and they weren't helping us with the material and the process that we needed to go out to the public. So if you say there should have been more community engagement, like what does that even look like? Because I can't answer everybody's questions. It's a federal process and it's a state process. So that's been really frustrating. So then we did the vote. We heard very clearly what the people wanted. And then the board voted a different direction. And here we are today. I did ask for that to be reconsidered, and I was told by county council, it is not possible because of Rule 9. So this is what I felt like the very next thing that we could do is share the frustration that I have had over this last year with the lack of participation and engagement from both of these committees. And I have had a lot of conversations with our state and federal electeds to try and get more help around this because it's just inadequate. It's been inadequate since the beginning, and that's where these letters come from. It's the frustration because this was just dumped in our lap with no supports, and it's taken a lot of time and energy, and we're not, we knew from the beginning there was never going to be winners in this, and it's been really destructive in this community. It's been really sad to see. So here we are. This executive order pretty much says the name is not going to change. The Trump administration is taking this direction. They are completely gutting the BGN. They are replacing all of the BGN board members. The staff is gone, and the policies need to be rewritten. And so here's our suggestion if you're rewriting policies here. But at the end of the day, nothing is going to happen. If this committee ever reforms and is productive, it's going to take years to figure out any of this. And this file is never going to even get opened. So I don't really want to put any more time and resources into this because it's been a year. We're all really tired.
Can I speak?
Sure. Yes.
A brief second. Back when I was campaigning, I don't know if I said this up here before, but I was invited to the very first ever Native American forum at Robinson. And it was really cool. I went, but the night before I did a lot of research, and the day before. So, because I knew this was going to be one of the questions. And I ended up finding a couple of different things. One of the things that I found out was that back in the 30s and 40s, they were calling, some of the trappers coming through the area were calling Kelsey Creek, Kelsey Creek. And that was before Andrew Kelsey came to this area. So I found that interesting. And actually, I've tried to find it again, and the only one I found, which I do have it here, was George Kelsey that that they believed was named, that the Kelsey Creek was named after. But so there was more than one Kelsey family in the area. So that was one of the things that I found was interesting. Secondly, I got really excited as I've talked to, I know some people about instead of upsetting and changing what's going on and going through all of this, couldn't we put together a culture center? And I think that would be phenomenal. And amazingly enough, on the December 10th, Mr. Rob Brown had brought up the same thing. He was right in front of me and had said it was like he read my mind. But I'm sure he came up with it just as independently as I did. And I brought that to the natives at that time because your story's not being told. It's not really out there. When I travel, I've been to a number of these monuments and Crazy Horse and such. And it's something to be revered. And I think we're missing the boat on this. I think we can make something positive out of this. And I would absolutely love to see a Native Culture Center here where you're telling your story not just back 100, 150 years, but thousands of years for that matter. And it could be interactive. And the kids can learn from that and on all walks of life, your story could be told. So that was something, and I've actually spoke with EJ about that, and I told him that's something I would absolutely love to work on.
And a memorial. We could do a memorial.
And so thank you for stating that.
I just got a question, and it's regarding this item, so about moving on. I don't know how.
So there's a hand up in Zoom. So I'll allow let's one more, and then I'll allow the Zoom too. So I'll open public input one more. So if you want to come up.
So I'm going to stick with this item. I still, I'm not convinced that my request can be denied the way it was. But the concern I have is that no action is going to be taken, which probably shouldn't. The thing that should have happened because of all the things that Jessica's talking about, that the last letter that they still have should say, don't stop with it, just don't do anything with it until we've had a chance to review everything. But what I've heard, and this, as the discussion goes in this from Jessica, is it's BGN's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's Kagan's fault. It's the board members that voted against the will of the vote. It's their fault. It's county council's fault because they gave me Rule 9. No accountability or admission that maybe there's a few things that you could have done way before this happened that would have kept all this from happening to get where we are right now. That's the one thing that's lacking, is your admission that you should hold yourself accountable.
So if you're on Zoom, can you please unmute, state your name for the record, and Nora? You can unmute. All right, so Nora, we've tried twice now, so we're going to go ahead and close public input. If you can email or send something in to the clerk of the board, and we'll go ahead and put it on record and go from there. So as we close public input, I don't know if there's any more statements, but I'll just make a brief one. This item, in discussing it with Supervisor Paiska and staff, was basically also addressing the executive order, because as it's written, they're going to replace the folks that are on that committee and then recreate policies, reform those policies. And so that was, I think, was the thought, was to give some insight as to what's been done here, as it was one of the first type of situations with a populated town and whatnot. Other names and situations were SQ names and rocks and mountains and things like that. And so this was giving them the idea and the experience we had, as it basically put us in a position as a county to have separate in a divisive and difficult time while discussing this and getting through it. And so for me, I wanted to make sure we, in essence, paid it forward so no one else had to go through this again. Because in my mind, I think we all know the way that I voted. However, knowing how this goes now, it more than likely isn't going to happen with the diminishing of the department. So with that whole situation, after all of what we went through, is a moot point. So for me, that's what this letter was to me, was to give them some insight and say, hey, to ensure another community doesn't get broken apart by this type of vote or whatever the case may be, discussion, here is some insight, and we would like to pay that forward. And in knowing too that we're not really even going to have this progress. So that was my mindset with discussing this. Also, it was never a vote to change it, and I think one of the first statements I ever made when it comes to that was, if there was at this board level, it would always be a tug of war back and forth. It would just always be that way, and that's why, you know, when people approach me about it, I never wanted to bring it here, and I don't think anyone wanted to, because it just would have always been that way, no matter what. And then the BGN application came, and then all the other stuff. So even when I was approached about it by different groups, it was the same. It was like, look, do something else, because it's just going to keep going back and forth one time or another. And so with all of that, that was my goal, was to give some insight to crafting the policies and whatnot, and going from there. So so that was the intent, you know, and I understand that, and when I talked with Rob, I mentioned, I understand this isn't exactly what you wanted. I defer to the district supervisor, and as you were saying, you spoke with the county council and staff, and was advised that that's not something we can revisit or reconsider. So, so yeah, I just wanted to highlight that and state that for everyone to know, or you know, I didn't want to not say nothing, you know, and sit here. So, yeah, that's what I'll state, and I don't know where we'll go from here, but yeah, if there's not any other comments. So, Lloyd? It looked like you wanted to say something, that's all. No? All right, sorry. I closed public input. I mean,
I have one question. If it's not addressed at the federal level and the letter is still there, excuse me, after a certain time period, could they bring it back up, a change of regime, a new president? Could that come back up and our letter is still in there asking to have it changed to Canocti? Or will it drop off and go away? That's my question.
From what I read, they're going to also look at all of the submissions and consider if they're even going to be addressed, the new appointed group. That's my interpretation of what I read, but I'm not at that level
So
of.
we could then write letters as the public could go ahead and put letters in.
The public could definitely send their letters in. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I would say that includes Board of Supervisors who have letterheads that if they wanted to write individual letters, have the right to do so, because they could do so anytime for anything, as long as they don't represent the
group.
board in those letters.
Perfect.
That would, just want to make sure we hammer that in.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Supervisor Owen's question, so in terms of whatever letters that correspondence, that whether it come from the county, members of the public, going to BGN, in terms of what BGN does with it or what the retention is, that would I would probably have to defer to BGN's own policies and procedures on how long they would retain such
Okay.
documents. And
Thank
just,
you.
And just for further clarification, because I did mention that your board does have the authority to enforce rules and regulations necessary for the government of the board. That's under the government code, actually, 25003, which is separate from the statutory Brown Act provisions, but it is within the government code, just for clarification of what I said previously.
Thank you. So with that, any other discussion?
I'll get to action. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letters A, to the United States Board on Geographic Names, BGN Domestic Names Committee, and B, the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names, KAGAN, recommending changes to BGN's policies, or principles, policies, and practices in light of the January 20th, 2025 Presidential Executive Order restoring names that honor American greatness, and authorize the chair to sign.
Do I have a second?
Okay.
And the motion dies. So with that, we'll go ahead and close this item with no action taken from motion, not passed, motion moving forward. So, all right, we'll go ahead and close this item and move on to I think it was we have to go back to the other one, so. All right. You guys want to take a quick break or?
Sure.
Let's take a quick break. Let's come back at 2:15.
Yesterday, like the structure of the agenda. And so
We're going to open back up. So Supervisor Owen, we're going to go ahead and move forward here. That's all right. All right. So we had a 9:05 earlier, but we moved it to this time frame, and we're going to go ahead and go back to 6.3, presentation of proclamation designating the month of February 2025 Black History Month and celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And Supervisor Sabatier is going to conduct this proclamation.
And I'm joined with Rick Mayo, the president of the NAACP chapter here in Lake County. Proclamation designating the month of February 2025 Black History Month and celebrating Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Whereas the Lake County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, will celebrate a combination of Black History Month and Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, as we reflect on the proud legacy of courage and dedication from visionary leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Roy Wilkins, Rosa Parks, Ketanji B. Jackson, local community leaders like Sarah Wright, Sarah Enzano, Kenneth Bagsby Sr., Greta Zeit, I believe is what it is, sorry, Bessie Bell, and Lynette Kirkwood. And whereas the NAACP has been at the forefront of efforts to protect our democracy from assault, voting rights of people of color, refusal to enforce the Americans with Disabilities Act, LGBTQ discrimination, a women's right to choose, workplace prejudice and hostility, voter suppression, gerrymandering, and urging the passing of the John Lewis Voters' Right Advancement Act, which will ensure the protection of civil and voting rights under the United States Constitution. And whereas the NAACP history is one of dedication and struggle to maintain equality and justice for all citizens of the United States, and whereas the local branch, like other NAACP branches throughout the state and country, diligently works on social programs aimed at the elimination of banning books, rewriting of our vast contributions to this great nation, eliminating racial hatred, bigotry, and poverty. And whereas the Lake County branch of the NAACP is led by Rick Mayo, president and 1982 founder of the Lake County branch. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby designate February 2025 Black History Month and a celebration of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And the Lake County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is commended on the vital role it has played in improving the quality of life in our local community. Further, on this occasion, we extend the branch our best wishes and continued success, passed and adopted this 4th day of February 2025, and signed by our board chair, E.J. Crandall.
First of all, I'd like to give honor to God, and I'd like to thank the board for their continued support of and dedication to the community and the African American community and people of color in Lake County, as you have continued to do for many, many years. It's always a pleasure to come and receive one of these because it makes a statement to the whole county. Hopefully it's on YouTube, so it'll be the whole world, you understand? That the county of Lake, you understand, is a county of immigrants. We all came here from someplace. And you all are looking at all of us, you understand, independently of the other for our strengths. And you always are reaching out to give us a hand up. And that's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
I want to say a little something and pass it on to, and Rick, we're going to take pictures, so don't go too far. And then pass it on to board members in case they want to make comments. In the late 1800s and the early 1900s, there are two individuals, one that's very much related to the NAACP, and in my heart of hearts are some of the most important people in the United States history. And one of them is Booker T. Washington, who believed that education would lead to equality, and the other one was W.E.B. Du Bois and his crew of lawyers who believed that the law would bring equity and equality to everyone. I think that Black History Month is a time to learn and a time to be open and listen. And if you have the time, please look up those two individuals. They're very inspiring to the things that have happened here in this country and continue to happen in this country.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to thank Rick for not only his work with the NAACP, but he's also been a huge part of our community and very active in a lot of community efforts over the past 30, 40 years that I can recall. I know Rick going back to the early 1990s, and he's always been very caring in our community. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I haven't known Rick that long, but I met him during campaigning this last year, and he has just welcomed me in and let me take part and welcomed me in to do part of a toy drive from the veterans. And we've had a really good time. And thank you, Rick, for accepting me into your life.
Thank you. Do you have anything? No? So I'll go ahead.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. Bringing this forward is a promise to ourselves and a show of public support, how deeply we care about the diversity in our community and our commitment to our constituents. So I always appreciate seeing you. Thank you for coming in again, and thank you for being here to accept this for us.
So thank you, Rick, for coming, and Supervisor Spatier, thank you for reading the proclamation.
Yes.
I'm really happy that we're conducting this proclamation. I have family and friends that, and I hate to be the one to say this, but that are worried right now with the national events happening. And I won't belabor that, but I just know that I have family members that are upset. They're hurt, whether they're hurt or angry, that their grandparents, parents have put in a lot of time and effort to, to march, to fight for equal rights, and feel as if the stroke of a pen has taken all of that arduous work away. And so I'm glad we're moving forward here to recognize that. And it pains me as a veteran to know that people feel that way still. So I have to say it. And so, but again, Rick, thank you for representing NAACP and continuing that as well, and for coming and being a part of this proclamation. Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to comment?
Nora. I'm struggling with her.
Nora.
Try there, maybe?
You can unmute.
She's unmuted. Not hearing anything. I know she might not have a mic connected with her. She's unmuted.
All right. Sorry, Nora. We're trying, but if you could provide an email or a comment, e-comment, we'll make sure it's on record. Is there anyone else? With that, we'll bring it back to the board and we'll move forward with some pictures.
Let's get in the middle right here. Be right down the aisle.
Where do you want?
Right here.
Okay. Oh, yes. Balancing it in my life. Help you along the way. Closer. No, Closer. Oh, that was good. Okay, let me see if I can get one more. And just in case. Oh, that was good. Okay. So.
Thanks for coming on the last minute.
At least you were doing fun things. It was fun. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I was like spinning there earlier. Did you see me? Yeah. So I stepped and the glasses on. I was looking at something, I had my glasses on. Stepped right off there.
All right, so we'll get back to the agenda, and looks like we have calendars, non-timed items, and so who wants to start? Supervisor Sabate is ready to start.
I said I was, and yes. So I have a leadership meeting for NACO with the Health Steering Committee tomorrow. We're kind of just reviewing what's happening at the federal government. I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I know that we're paying attention to what's being proposed and preparing all of our communities and what may or may not occur. Just to let everybody know, I contact our Human Services departments and our PHO and let them know here are things that I just learned today, so at least they can take it with what they need to do. Blue Zones meeting later on, and Lake County Continuum of Care meeting for the specifics of it is the Hub Advisory Group. Really appreciate Adventist Health taking care of that to help connect people once they're in our HMIS system. Starting off on Thursday with Judges Breakfast, meeting with some PG&E folks. I also have a meeting with USDA, but I think I'm going to try to move that as PG&E is a kind of an important conversation to have. Have some more NACO stuff going on Thursday. Blue Zones, the general meeting for the COC will happen, and then I'll finish that day with the City Council meeting. Finally, after months and months of trying to trap me, I am meeting with Supervisor Gore from Sonoma County to discuss his Senate run, and then meeting with our public defender, behavioral health and social services director for our last meeting, just to discuss how the COC can work with our public defender's office. On Saturday night at 7:30, I will be here at the memorial for Vicente, and look forward to seeing all of his friends gather together and hear the stories. Meeting with a group from Kelseyville from the Baptist Church to discuss some COC stuff. They've already reached out in the past. I think they might be ready for some activities, and we've been working on building that trust, and happy that they reached out to see what was possible with the COC. Meeting with our CAO, another COC meeting with our Interfaith Committee, and then back here on Tuesday for our board meeting.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah. Meetings. I have several meetings. I have several meetings on my calendar. Most of them are with constituents. One of them is Gwinnett Ranch, that's tomorrow, which is the Maha Lotus Land project. I'll be meeting with them tomorrow. I also need to do some staff meetings. I'm getting those lined up right now to get up to par on some of the technology that we have here. And I'm also working on a few projects. One of them I think I'm trying to look into is the bass, trying to bring the ESPN bass fishing back. I don't know if that's possible, so I really didn't even want to say that right now. But I've got calls in trying to see if we can do something along those lines. I'm trying to get a hold of CAL FIRE to meet with them too with Clark, trying to hook them up with Clark. So I do have a number of things on my agenda. Thank you.
All right.
So, is APC, I thought it was the first Wednesday of the month.
Yeah, we apologize. We didn't lie. It's just not always right. Sometimes we do it the second week, depending on holidays. And so for this upcoming week, it is the 12th.
Okay, and that's at 9?
What I'll do.
Someone send me an invite, please.
I will do the same thing, and I apologize. I just did this for Brad because of his request. I'll send an email to Lisa Davy Bates to make sure that you're on the list of the emails so nothing is missed. And I'll ask for her to send out a calendar for the year. That way you can get that set up in your calendar.
Okay, so that clears up my morning tomorrow. I have my biomass cohort meeting with the Shasta Valley North Coast, which is 2.5 hours in the afternoon. And then we're working on our geyser ad hoc meeting. You're coming to that, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Yeah, I've got that. And then Friday, I am playing catch up. Monday, got my CAO meeting, and then I have a check-in. Oh, that's the wrong day. Never mind. I think that's it.
Vice Chair Rasmussen?
Yeah, I got a fair number of things since we haven't had a regular meeting since the 14th, I believe. Went to LAFCO meeting, EMCC meeting.
Oh, yeah, you need your mic.
Oh, sorry. LAFCO meeting, EMCC meetings that I did in the last couple of weeks. Several PIT committee meetings and training, and then we did the PIT count, I guess the week before last. Attended Martin Luther King Day in Clear Lake during the holiday. Met with the chamber director, Supervisor Peiska, and I did some follow-up work with the Big Valley Committee, and we did recruit some more applicants. One was appointed today. There'll be another one on the agenda on the 11th. Should be, and that should fill us up. I did my tour and meeting with the librarian, First Five Commission meeting, Scotts Valley Community meeting, which I'll announce they did vote to start broadcasting and recording their meetings, which they had been the only MAC that weren't up until now. So that's going to be available online in the future, starting in March. I met with both staff from both hospitals recently on community things they have going on in my district. I will be at the memorial for Vicente as well on Saturday here in Lakeport. And I do intend to be at the COC meeting this week on Thursday. And that should wrap it up for now. Thank you.
Does that leave me? All right. So tomorrow I have Golden State Natural Resources, East Region Town Hall at the Moose Lodge in Clear Lake Oaks, and then CSA number 2 over in Spring Valley. I think there's a meeting on Thursday with staff and yeah, I think it's staff. And are you on that one, Supervisor Sabatier, for
Which
Thursday? I think it's like a discussion about the PG&E.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I need to move something.
All right. Saturday, what time is the candlelight vigil? At 7?
7:30 p.m. at Library Park.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a booster at 6, so I don't know, maybe I can shoot over, but yeah, but we'll see. I know that you two are going, and it's well represented. So There's also a CERF meeting, Central Region Town Hall, on Monday the 10th. I'll be joining via Zoom. I will be going to DC for National Congress of American Indians, and so I'll be over in DC for next week. Also talking to folks about some things I could possibly bring over to advocate here as well. I have a couple people already reaching out to me and giving me information to, like we talked about at Middle Creek Restoration, stop by some offices, maybe some committees, or whatever the case may be. I know that some people aren't appointed, committees aren't formed, but at the same time, I wanted to get out there on another, with another group with my tribe. So yeah, I'll be there, and then I'll be back for the next meeting on the 18th. So if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and read off the closed session. What's that? Did you have?
No meeting on the 18th.
Oh, there isn't? That's right. So it's not till, sorry.
We'll see you the 25th.
We'll see you all the 25th. All right. So here we go. With closed session items, we have 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, Agricultural Commissioner. 8.2, Public Employee Evaluation, Special Districts Administrator, and 8.3, Public Employee Evaluation, Water Resources Director, and 8.4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Significant Exposure to Litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 E1, one potential case. With that, we'll go to closed session, and thank you for joining in with us.